Happy Thursday. I'm the Gray Strega. I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we will be doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started today, most important question, scale of 1 to 10. How are we doing? Has multi-ball started for you yet? Has the multi-ball taken effect? So we're in Gemini season, and the thing with Gemini season is I envision Gemini energy as pinball energy. It's the ability to be adaptable. It's the ability to bounce back and forth through things very quickly. And it's beautiful, really. It's really, really beautiful when you look at the transformation point between Taurus and Gemini, because we were talking about this yesterday. All of the signs have something to teach the sign before and ahead of it. And, it's beautiful when you consider the fact that the Taurus energy, we were talking a lot about the sense of majesty, the sense of determination, working in that space of rigor, pushing through, pushing outside of your comfort zone, but not too much, right? To be able to get better at something. And a lot of that work, it's a conversation upon learning how to navigate through frustration, because a lot of that space, doing something again and again and again and again, building into the ways that we can change ourselves or to work towards a goal, work towards a manifestation. Gemini, completely opposite. Right? Because while we see the fact that Taurus shows us a lesson about what it feels like to be focused on a particular path work, Gemini is about adapting quickly. It's about responding to the situation as is. It's about coming into that. It's like coming in hot, but also being very changeable. And you'd think immediately, right? You think immediately that these two are completely different, but they're not, because it is the conversation of the fact that not only does practice make perfect, but practice creates muscle memory. We work on something. We do something that's difficult over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for that moment when we can do it with our eyes closed. It's about that flourishing moment of discovery, of recognizing the difference between learning something and suddenly recognizing and realizing that you have embodied the thing that you've been working to practice. It's the practice that makes perfect, but it's the practice that becomes the space of embodiment. Now, here's the thing about this particular Gemini season that may be a little bit wacky, okay? Taurus, Mercury right now is in Taurus. And, when I read into the energy, I'm not necessarily, I read into the modality of how the energy feels. And the thing is, Mercury doesn't like being in Taurus. Okay. It's not that I don't like it. It's that it's slow energy. It feels like it sometimes can feel like it stymies progress. Right. So it's like the way I've been describing it is like Mercury likes to run through the halls of all the other houses. And then it hits Taurus. It's like run, 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 walk, walk, walk. It's like the screeching halt energy. And that's why I said, even now, if you're feeling a little bit retrograde, that may have a lot to do with the fact that not only do we have Mercury in Taurus, but Saturn is also transiting into Aries. So a lot of the ability of recognizing, both with the Scorpio full moon, the path of change, being able to see the path of change, of progress, either looking backwards or looking forward, but also utilizing this time to set the intentions, to set the priorities, to focus on what it is that you're trying to grow or flourish at this time. Also, potentially working through some feelings of, again, stuckness, stagnancy, right? But that's why the conversation or the transition point between Taurus and Gemini is when we're feeling energetically and that's the thing we see often with that conversation. It's not the moment that we look at something and we abandon it. We look at something and we say, time for something different, right? It's working on cultivating a different facet, but not dropping something entirely. It's a lot of that work. It's frustrating. Now, here's the thing that's happening that we got to kind of prepare for. You may already be feeling this a bit, and that's why I mentioned it's feeling a little multi-ball in here, because we already have the fact that we're going into Gemini season. In a couple of days, Mercury is going to be out of Taurus. Guess where Mercury is going to be? It's going to be in Gemini. Okay, so now we've got Gemini season with Mercury in Gemini. That's a lot of Gemini, but that's it. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Okay, because we've also got Jupiter is in Gemini too. So now we've got Gemini, 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 and so all of this to say, and then we've got a new moon that's hitting us in Gemini in just a few days. So that is all to say that expect the fact that you may be having those moments where it's like there's a little bit of this slowdown, and then everything starts feeling like it's off to the races. It feels a lot like starting gate kind of energy. But that's why I want you to focus right now on setting your own pace. When you feel like it's a race, that's when you set your own pace. Moving with intention through things, taking the lessons of Taurus season into a little bit of this Gemini overwhelm, right? Don't let yourself feel lost in the tumult. Don't let yourself feel like tempest tossed. Become the energetic focal point as it relates to navigating through situations. And what helps with that? Manifestation goals, which is why I keep on telling you guys, make sure you're going into this Gemini season with your priorities straight, because when things start feeling like they're coming at you all at once, let those manifestations guide you through, right? Setting the pace. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy right now, in separation, keep on reading for the same thing. We've got a lot of these partnerships that are forming right now. These are magician partnerships. Why are they magician partnerships? Absolutely illusion-free zone. No illusion, all authenticity. Particularly and especially a lot of the energy right now in that space, working on the recognition that when we're building towards manifestations, rejection is an illusion. If we're in awe, this is the lesson that we were taking out of Taurus season. If we love who we are and we like who we see, then when another person says, I don't like it, or I don't get it, or I don't get you, we don't take it personally. Welcome to non-attachment. Non-attachment doesn't mean that it doesn't sting when that happens, right? It's the difference between saying ow versus oh no. And a lot of this is happening as a result of energy that feels like they were in relationships wherein potentially there wasn't the mutual manifestation goal, right? That ability or that recognition that when we look at someone, we almost feel that space of someone saying like, I think they said they love me, but I don't really know if they like me. That is the energy of understanding that we don't build relationships to the potential of what we can cultivate in another. But that ability of loving what we find there allows for the flourishing point in being able to grow and change together in delightful, surprising ways. But that work, right? It's not easy. It's frustrating because a lot of that space, it's all about the conversations and the lessons that we're working on right now are all about positive and negative change. It's the observation that relationships change us. We don't go into relationships to stagnate. But again, the healthy relationship changes us in ways that is delightful, is inspiring, moves us closer to our manifestation goal, the higher version of self. Whereas we recognize the unhealthy relationship is when we start seeing ourselves changing in ways that we do not like or do not feel comfortable. And that's why we see that there may be a little bit of frustration that's being released right now in some of these new relationships, these magician partnerships, because this is a lot of the energy that is like coming into their authenticity as this point of healing. And what is the energy saying to one another in that space? Nobody changes who I am but me. And that doesn't mean that one does not have an ability to change in that way. But that ability of welcoming the change that we make in one another when we recognize and aspire that we have the same manifestation goals. This is a lot of energy hashing out things. They're not waiting to have those hard conversations. It's a lot of that hard part first. But a lot of that work is because I keep on hearing this is a lot of that work into healing for authenticity. And that's a lot of that work that says, what does it say? Don't go easy on me, right? Which is something that we saw that was happening for the energy deep within divine union. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union, right? Because for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is why we see that the same message is coming through. The energy coming into divine union right now, these are the chariot partnerships that were forming between the time that Mars was coming out of the retrograde earlier this year up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. These are the energies that were prioritizing stability, right? Understanding that when we're able to build that sense of stability in one another, the reliability we find in counterpart allows us to go into the inner sanctum of the self. A lot of that energy just survived a very fundamental heart opening, recognizing and identifying that sometimes we don't know the trauma that we carry until we come into the safe relationship. This is why we heal. We don't heal so that we can make room for more trauma. We heal so that when we come into a space of joy, the trauma doesn't make us feel like the joy is an illusion. So there's something very important about the fact that the energy coming into divine union right now is holding steady and giving each other that reality check, even as their perception of the past is changing fundamentally in relationality to the joy that they found in the harmony of the new partnership. That work's not easy because I keep on hearing new assignment, new assignment, new assignment. This is talking about the shift that we find in healthy partnership that helps us understand and explore and recognize what we need to heal that we often don't even recognize we need to do until we're in a space that is safe enough to feel it. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that a lot of the energy deep within divine union is moving very much into justice energy. Out of temperance into justice. These cards are very, very proximate. And it's very similar to the work that we see coming out of Taurus moving into Gemini, particularly and especially because a lot of that work, spending a lot of Taurus season, taking the temperature on things, feeling things out, getting a sense of orientation and relationality to what it is one is trying to fix, what one is trying to grow, what one is trying to build, either internally or externally. And that ability of coming into that space, right? Putting a lot of that path of intention as it relates to taking the temperature on things. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in that space right now, it's not easy, right? This could be a lot of conversations about the changes that one is hoping to make, either within the self or in the partnership, talking about what it's going to take to be able to move towards a manifestation goal. But this is why we build into the space of health and progress in healthy partnership, because that ability of working towards the ego that can take a note, right? The ego that says to one another in partnership, don't go easy on me. Help me move towards those goals. Help me see something that I need to see with more clarity. This is the gift that we see that the healthy partnership has, because that ability of being energetically adaptable, being able to work through those shifts, working through what it's going to take. This is the energy that articulates again this space of seeing and recognizing that healthy relationship is not a place of stagnancy. It's a way that we navigate the change that feels like it's a celebration. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. And if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the first person read for today. I will also point out the list will be very short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, I encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. And also, friends, we're doing 2 giveaways today. We're already at 2.3K likes on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Lumia? Spirit kept tossing me in here, so I'm thinking I need to hear this. It's funny when it does that, right? Good to see you, dear. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, and thank you so much for joining us today. And welcome as well, BM Gamer. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Hi there, Mean Bean. Welcome, Mary. Good to see you today. How are you doing, Molly and Kirsten and Kristen? Thank you for the likes, dear. And Lucila, thank you for joining us as well. Grand Rising, Molly, good to see you. Ava, good to see you as well. How you doing? See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Erin. Hope you're having a I know, Ava, you're already feeling it, right? I like that face. It's a good face. I get it. I feel overwhelmed. I like to stay busy. Again, set your pace. Set your pace. Kat, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. Grand Rising, Bridget. So good to see you. I hear we have some spicy tea. And I'm not surprised. I told you. We've got Pluto in retrograde right now. I told you the dreams are probably going to get kind of weirdsville. Gonna get a little weird. Mick, how are you doing today? Adam, thank you for those gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Kat, hi there. Anyone know if this is a collective read? We are about to get started on the collective, Kat, and then we're going to be doing the personals, but you're the first person on the list for today, which means you will also have an additional card in your reading. So thank you for getting on the list. Violet, thank you for the follow. And Not From Nola, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well for the follow, Starlight. Thank you for the help, V. I appreciate you explaining. Good to see you today, Billy. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Now, you got on the list. Wonderful. Can you give the initial on where you sent the donation, love? If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. All I saw that you wrote, Tori, is 2. If there was more to your message, you might need to rewrite it because all I'm seeing is the word 2. Vimo to me. Excellent. And thank you for those gifts, Tori. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Sacred Rebel, welcome. Sophia, thank you for the hearts. Buon compleanno, Jessica. I feel like a lunatic and the dreams. I told you. It's a lot of Gemini energy. And for some, if you like Gemini energy, it's going to be like, wee. If not, it could feel like it's like, I think the best way to describe this is if you like multi-ball when you play pinball, then this is the energy for you. If you can't deal, if it's too many slices, then I'm going to say again, you set your pace. Dada, thank you again for sharing the live. And Bridget, it was definitely something, I will say that. Sacred, speaking of weird dreams from my ex from 20 years ago, popped in there with his wife. Well, I've been talking about this right now, Sacred, especially with this Pluto in retrograde, giving a lot of like haunted house in the summertime. It's giving a lot of that, like, yes, I'm very scared of this. Like, it's like moving things away that would have traumatized you, that now you're just like, okay, But it is, we are noticing that it's having a bit of an impact on the dream space in terms of like some of the wackiness. Like, what are you doing here? Hi there, Kat. I woke up and got on the list. Excellent, dear. Looking forward to it. And oh, thank you for letting me know where you sent it, dear. Oh, Vimo. I like that. Vimo. Yes, that makes more, I thought that makes sense. I thought you'd come up with a nickname for V. Goldfish. Sacred, my Mars is in Gemini, so I enjoy the ride. Oh, you'll be fine. If you got a lot of Gemini placements, and here's the thing, I got to tell you right now, I was saying this, when Pisces was having their season, I felt really bad for Pisces because there were too many planets exiting their house. So like Pisces during their season may have been feeling like a lot of abandonment wounds coming up. For Aries right now, there are too many planets coming into the house of Aries. So Aries is going through intimacy wounds. Pisces is saying, come back. Aries is saying, get out. And during Taurus season, I felt a little concerned for Taurus because with all of the planets in Aries, it could trigger a lot of red flag energy or feeling like you're seeing red flags everywhere, right? I feel like this is going to be a great time for Geminis though, because it's like, there's so much Gemini energy. Geminis are going to be like, whee! Yes. Oh, right. Gemini moon. Yeah, exactly. CV. Gemini moon and Mercury here. Whee! My Mars is in Gemini. Yes, high school exes. Wild. That's funny. Thank you, V. Hi there, Nuts. Oh, I'm a fish. Then get out. Are you talking about being Pisces? The Pisces play, like again, with Pisces placements right now, you know, it can feel like a lot of like it's a lot of the back, like it can feel like the thing with Pisces has a hard time with Gemini because it feels like one or the other, and Pisces is like it's more complicated than that, right? Like, what is that argument? Like I always like to point out the like you can see the argument between a Gemini and a Pisces is like that scene from the Notebook where he's like, decide, decide, and she's like, it's not, it's more complicated. That is like the difference between a Gemini and a Pisces, right? The Gemini is like, you must decide, and a Pisces is like, there's no decision. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, you'll be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. We do here dream interpretation readings, highest priority messages from spirit, life path readings. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do love readings. You can find the full list of things we read for over on my tree that has links in it in my Lio. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via those same links. Excited to get that read. Same Cat. Hopped on at the perfect time. I'm so glad. No one, thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Couple of updates before we begin. And also join my team. Join my team. Please join my team. I've been told that it is important. I'm going to start offering some perks for joining the team, especially when it gets to 1 cards, because I've got here some animal oracle cards. And if you join my team, when you get your 1 card as a subscriber, you will also be getting an animal oracle card today. Couple of updates before we get started on personal readings. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now would be the perfect time to join because you've got like a full month ahead of you. You could do like 2 or 3 classes a week and you would be all caught up for the next class. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we're learning or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the entire year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our classes. And even if you don't become a paying subscriber to my Substack, be sure to follow me there, because that's where I post each day's podcast with a full picture of today's spread. I also post there each day. I also post my mystic meditation articles of it there, which gives you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I also post there my weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage you, if you purchase the series, that you make sure that you start to keep a dream a dream journal as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 different giveaways today. The first giveaway we are doing is we will be doing a giveaway of a free reading when we get to 50K likes. So keep on tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping. And wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that one as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through. Nikki, I love that baby dragon. It never gets old. I just love it. It's just so cute. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be the 3rd person read for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the 4th person read for. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I will also point out I'm keeping the list kind of short today. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. And thank you for joining my team. For those who join my team, I'm going to start offering an additional card gift when we do the 1 card reading. So make sure that you take a moment to join my team and join my fan club. All right. What do you want? Hi there, Molly. Hi there, Nuts. All right, 1 minute. I'm just reading over here. What is a librarian? Is that what you're asking, Nuts? Yes, to red flags during Taurus season. I was like, no, I know. If you had Taurus placements, it's just, that's what happens when there's too many there's too many planets in Aries. Like Taurus are like, get back. Fig, good to see you, dear. That's great. Jen, Gemini Sun, Cat Moon, Aquarius Rising. Oh, this is your season. Wonderful. Hi there, Molly and Nuts. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. It's a lot. It's a lot of slices. Okay. What do you want? It's not that simple. Yeah, that's an argument between a Gemini and a Pisces. You can't convince me otherwise. All right. Thank you, no one. Kat, I'm excited for our reading too. Yep, you're on the first on the list. All right. I love that. The pet card, that's sweet. I love the death card. Oh, I love it too. And here's the thing. It was a really nice class to be able to go over it because I often feel there's a misunderstanding in relationality to the meaning of the death card. And again, I feel like there's some cards that like we have a stigma for. And that's definitely one of the cards that I feel like people have carry a lot of anxiety and stigma in seeing and reading. So it was really nice to be able to have an opportunity to go over the deeper meaning of the card itself, talking towards the fact that it can sometimes be a very, very positive card in relationality to what we see in our spreads. Saturday will be my 1 year subscriber anniversary. Oh my gosh, Bridget! Congratulations, dear. And yes, and Bridget, you will also, because you got on before the live started, you will also be having an additional card in your reading today. Thank you, dear. I would like to say a year of us being graced with your presence. So thank you for being a part of this collective as well. And thank you so much for sharing the live, Bridget. And thank you, Fig, for those hearts. And Nikki, thank you for the gift. Looking forward to it. I know it is a little baby. I just love it. I got a soft spot. Show me the baby. I have arrived. Is that a blue Yeti mic? I think you speak in the front of it, not the top. Is that better? It sometimes moves. That's the problem. And does that sound better, user? It is. So again, if you have tips on making the sound better, I am all ears. Okay. All right. And thank you as well. I'm on your team. Thank you so much for being on my team, Fig. I'm at level 9. I love it. It's so hard to be able to tell because I feel like they don't make it easy to be able to see. I think the heart means you're on my team. Teamwork makes the dream work. Tap to claim, lovely Cappy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Good to see you too. I wish I could join the team. Unfortunately, won't be able to renew my sub. It's okay, V. Absolutely no pressure, right? Totally understand. That's why I like to offer the free reading for those so that way everyone can have a reading. The team is the heart at the top left by our name. Thank you for confirming, Fig. All right, where were we? And thank you, 810, for those roses. There's always been the giveaway. I won twice last week. You and Fig, man. You and Fig have been like Hypno Frog. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you for the compliment, Haley. Thank you. Yes, I won a couple of times too. Your sound quality is great. Thank you for letting me know, Kat. Yeah, the Heart Me are your team members. Thank you for that. See, we're all learning stuff. We all are learning stuff every day. Sin, what did you think of our tarot cards? They're so cool. I adore them. I am very intrigued to find out more about that. I'm going to create those channels you asked me to today too. I was going to try to do it before the live started, but like the Gemini energy is Geminiing right now, and I cannot wait. I like really, 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 really cannot wait for Mercury to get out of Taurus, because I feel like there's a lot of this there's a lot of confusing energy right now, because the Gemini energy is like I told you, it's very fast and rapid, and Mercury is trying to move through Taurus, and it's slow, so it's creating a lot of I keep on calling it feels like Butterfingers energy right now. If you've been feeling like that, I want you to that's why I keep on saying slow things down, do things at your own pace right now, because the thing is, I feel like while Mercury is in Taurus, while we're in Gemini season, it can create a lot of Butterfinger Butterfingers energy, right? Like what was I doing a minute ago? Like a lot of that, like grabbing this with the wrong hand kind of stuff. It should get easier when Mercury moves into Gemini, because I keep on hearing it's creating syncopation problems, if that makes sense. Hold on a minute. And Cap, good to see you today, dear. I know, I got to figure out how to do it. I'm not good with these newfangled things. You guys will have to show me how to do it. When does it get out of Taurus? It's only in Taurus for another 2 days, right almost exactly around the same time that we've got that new moon energy coming in. That's what I meant. Use this time. because I'm telling you right now, as soon as like that new moon starts, I feel like it's off to the races. I have a Celtic deck. That's beautiful. Oh, post it in the Discord. I like having deck envy. I want to see your deck. That did not sound right. Okay, we're just gonna keep on going, like sleepwalking. Yeah, I mean, you could a little bit like that. Yeah, a little bit of like, what was I doing? 810. I'm gonna have to have a whole deck of my own personalized cards. It's wild. I love it. All right, where were we? Gemini, Sun, Mercury, and Venus. This is going to be your season, Queen. I'm going to tell you, like the last, like Pisces, I would not be surprised if you had a little bit of a draggy like season. Taurus, this like a lot of anxiety potentially because of the placements. Gemini, I feel like this is going to be a good season for Geminis because it's a lot of that. It's just there's so much Gemini energy. Multi-ball. I know Bridget and I were saying we could make a deck for the collective. I love that. I have a few. That would be amazing. Hi there, Kath. Good to see you today. I have a cat tarot deck. Can be. This is the one I want to get a better. I really want to get a better. I really hope I can find a better quality of this deck. I love this deck, but I can't use it because the quality is not great. These would not. I've got certain decks I love, but the thing is, like you guys see me, I put my decks through the ringer, and like I keep on like there's certain decks I'm like, you're just too fragile for me. We're not going to get along. Like you are beautiful, but you are too fragile. Like you are not, like, it's not you. It's not me. It's you. I mean, it's not you. It's me. I'm very rough with my cards. So I'm desperately. I want to see if I can find this deck. It's a Circe deck. I want to see if I can find the Circe deck. I'm in a better and stronger condition. It's a Circe deck. Deck envy. My favorite oracle deck is called the Trash Animals Oracle. It has a raccoon in a trash can. Oh my goodness, Haley, please post it in the Discord. I have a tarot deck. I think I have a tarot section, right? I've got a tarot card section in the Discord. What about Vertigos and Sages right now? Sages are going to be, I think Sages are going to enjoy this because I told you it's multi-ball energy. It's a lot of that, like it's a lot of like Sag being like you know, like just like woo, what are we doing? Virgos, this could be a little bit difficult for vote like as long as you're a Virgo and you're setting your own pace, I think that there's a lot to be accomplished this season. But the most important thing is not letting yourself get overwhelmed by a lot of things happening at once, is what I keep on getting. But the Rider-Waite deck is definitely the one to learn with. I agree, Fig. I mean, and that's why, you know, I listen, I have my own problems with the fact that the deck itself is not as diverse as I would aspire or desire it to be. But I do prefer to teach off of the Smith-Waite system because I feel very firmly that if you build an understanding and education off of this deck, you're going to pretty much be able to read on any deck that you would prefer going forward. Because the honest truth is that most of the decks, most of the variations of decks that you buy today or that others make are variations on the Smith-Waite deck. So what about Sag? Because it's the opposite side of sign of Gemini. But that's the thing. You have to understand opposite signs are complementary. You know, that's why Gemini and Sag get along well. Because, you know, what happens is Sages are like, what are we doing next? And Gemini's like, I have an idea, right? Like Sages are like, like, I like to point out, Sages like being sidekicks. I don't know if you picked this up about Sag energy. Like Sages are all about it. Like Sages are like Sages are like, I will ride shotgun, right? Like Sages are like that space of being like, you know, like and that's the thing. Like Sages like doing that, and Geminis like having ideas. So like a Sag Gemini combo is like it's like crime energy. It's like, what are we doing next? I have an idea. Like, you don't leave them in a room together, because they'll, it's a lot of that, like, it's a lot of the percolation energy meets the giddy up, is what I like to describe it as. What is that deck called? The one I just showed was the Cersei deck. Big deck energy. Yes. It needs, I gotta tell you, I'm also, I want to make a joke about the fact that those cards are too small, but I'm going to stop now. I'm going to stop now. I'm just going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I wonder if it's the same one. The devil's a dog and the death is a vacuum. Oh, that sounds really cool. I'd love to check that out. Post it. Maybe you should use that deck for the one cards. I could. It's just, they're so tiny. It's hard to it's hard to shuffle them. I like a deck like this size. That is awesome. I'm seeing tarot spreads channel, but not seeing a tarot spreads from one, but not for one for decks. I'll make a note to include it. I got to go in and create a couple channels today. So it's on the list. On cue, my cat came over just to listen. Hi, Nikki's cat. How are you? I know. I love seeing everyone's pets in the Discord. Oh, hold on, I lost my spot. Absolutely. Says thank you. Oh, she says thank you. Yes, the same cat tarot deck. My friend gave it to me as a gift. Thank you, Autumn, for the roses. It's a hold my beer energy. Exactly. Yes. Sag is like, would you like another? Like, yeah, Sag is like hold my beer, and Gemini is like, I got two just in case. you know. Thank you as well. Hopa. I'm a Pisces sun. My moon is in Taurus. My Venus in Gemini. My energy is so hectic. I don't see that so much as hectic. I see it as complicated. Hectic is different than complicated. That just says to me that's a lot of still waters run deep kind of energy. It's almost like the opposite of hectic, you know? It's like working through that Taurus moon is going to create a lot of like steadiness, through what like you're probably very steady through what others would like be overwhelmed by. So they're like partners in crime. Oh, they're absolutely. No, yeah, like Sag and Gemini together is like a crime in action. It's like, and the worst part is that what are they going to say when they're caught? They're going to say they started it. They're going to say they started it. And then they're going to argue and be like, I didn't start it. Be like, it was your idea. No, but I was just suggesting. No, you were like, it's a lot of, it's like a comedy act, because they are like, they goad each other on, like you go, no, you go first. Oh, you dare, and the Gemini knows that all they need to say to the Sag is, I dare you. And all that Sag needs to say to the Gemini is, be boring then. Don't say that to Gemini. All right, be boring then. Boom, Gemini's doing it. Just small decks are hard to handle. I mean, it's true. They're hard to handle. Small decks. Oh no, this is going down a dark path. Small decks usually do have big deck energy. Size matters. Behave. Everybody behave right now. We did. We opened a can of worms. It is true. My mom gave it to me as a gift. No one. So real from a Gemini sun, Sag. You are a sun. You're a Gemini sun and a Sag moon and rising. Oh Lord, help us all. No, that is the I can explain. Come back here. Wait. No, I can explain. No, I've got just because you can explain why you did something crazy. That's all I see. All I see with a gem sun, Sag moon and rising. I can explain. I know it doesn't look good. I know it doesn't look good. Just hold on. My mom would never. She would drown me in holy water. Gemini sun, Sag rising. Am I my own sidekick? Yeah, kind of. You're like, I ride shotgun to me. But I like I like Gemini sun, Sag rising, because Gemini sun, Sag rising is like you were all thinking it. I just had the I just had the courage to say it. You were all thinking it. I just had the courage to say it. Well, you're fun. I like think. Well, you're fun. Oh, we most definitely are. Exactly. Such a Sag. Hold on a minute. I'm just catching up. Such a Sag thing to say. Which part, Kirsten? Hi there, Jane. I have Cancer rising. A lot of water. Yeah, Cancer rising. Cancer rising is interesting. It's an interesting placement for Cancer because, like, Cancer rising, it's like it's a lot of this is what really happened. You know, like that's what I see with Cancer rising. Being like, well, if you want to know what really happened, well, only if you ask. Only if you ask the right way, right? Like you probably know the real story to things a lot, but others don't ask you the right questions. Especially a micro deck. You have a keychain micro deck? Oh, that's pretty cool though. I do like, I mean, like the little like, oh, that'd be dope. You clocked me good. Thank you, no one. She bought it when she thought it was a phase. Now I'm dating a tarot reader. That you can be like, you can just look at her and be like, this is your fault. Like, this is you look what you did. Look what you did. She probably wishes she hadn't bought it. Jokes on her. Be boring then. Oh yeah. No, you can't do that to a Gemini, right? The Gemini, you want to get a Gemini, be like, all right, I'll just go without you. What? Like, no, like it's like what? Like Gemini. I will point out that's the thing. Gemini's got a big issue with FOMO. Like that's the thing with Geminis, you know it. Like Geminis are like, I would like my cake. I would like to eat it too. And then I heard that there's some other cake down the street. And I thought maybe we could do like a cake tour. like, like a tasting menu. Maybe like a sampling. Right? Gemini's like, I need to know. I need to experience. I love it. I love it though. I love the Gemini energy. My friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is when we get to 50K likes, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is we will be doing I just wrote free reading at 50K. That's very like not clear. Free reading giveaway is at 50K. The other giveaway we're doing today is when we get to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read will also be added on the list for a reading. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will be gifting a reading. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are already I think we're already at 20K, guys. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this reading out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part and helping to share these messages. Thank you for the cotton candy. Thank you, Cotton Candy, for the heart. That's a wild username. Where were we? It's cute, but it's so hard to shuffle. All right. We don't need any of that there. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you as well for confirmation, Fig. So true. I have a Gemini X who still looks at all my social media stuff, you see. Yep, There it is. But here's like the Gemini. There's like you don't see what's going on. But it's like Gemini will do that. Gemini will do that in an innocuous way, right? Gemini will do that in like it's like it's curious cat energy, you know. Hold on a minute. I'm just reading over. We are fun. I love that. Did you guys know a cat is right or left-handed? No way. Really? Oh my gosh, that's adorable. Oh, now I want to see if Strega is right or left-handed. Hi there, Mayu. How are you doing today? Thank you for confirmation, Fig. And thank you, Cotton Candy, for the follow. Grand Rising Neats. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Should I offer Hazel a pen? Yes. That's what I'm going to do to Strega. Like, here you go, Strega. No idea. I'm going to figure it out. I just got an email about it. What kind of email? I like to imagine that was the only subject of the email. That was it. So it was like, I have some important news to share. Oh, buon compleanno, Mayu. I hope you had a beautiful, beautiful day. And you're so welcome, Cotton Candy. You could probably find out by looking at their claws. Usually one paw is sharper than the other. Yeah, or maybe it's just the one that they kind of lead with. I don't know. I feel like Strega is probably right-handed. 3 surprisingly paw-related facts. I like that. All right, friends. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for today. We do here dream interpretation readings, highest priority messages from spirit, past life readings, angelic guidance readings, pet animal spirit guide readings, love readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. You can also, if you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list for a reading today, you can do so and in the same way as well. I have a Sphinx, Cotton Candy. You can see her in my profile. She sometimes, you'll see her. Sometimes when I'm doing readings, she'll jump up here and make an appearance. What about a treat on the floor to see if they reach a paw? My my kids want to do the cucumber test on the cats. That's like the new thing that they want to try, because there's apparently this like rumor that cats are afraid of cucumbers. 70% of female cats are right-handed. Okay, so probably true. I don't know. Mine is not interested in the pen. Right pod. Yes, right pod. All right. Just ask her instead. Exactly. All right, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. As I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Yeah, I've tried the cucumber test on Hazel and was not impressed. Nothing happened. Yeah, I don't know if it's all cats. I mean, it seems a little absurd to me. I feel like cats are more intelligent than to be alarmed by a cucumber. I almost wonder, like, maybe the cats that are alarmed by cucumbers need glasses. Maybe that's what's happening. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And just remember, we've got 2 giveaways activated right now. The first giveaway we will be doing is when we get to 50K. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And the second one we are now doing is a free reading to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And thank you guys for helping to share these messages. Yeah, that's what the thing is, Ella. I think some of them think they're snakes. I'm like, maybe those are just like the nearsighted cats. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Anytime. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are our 5 of Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Hermit card in its reversal. Not surprised to see this type of energy right now. It's giving me a lot of this feeling of working through clean slate. We've got a Gemini new moon coming up. We've in Gemini season. We've got Mercury about to move into Gemini. We've got Jupiter in Gemini. There's a lot of Gemini energy. But I will also point out there's a little bit of this, everything's like, I want to say everything's about to pop off energetically, but there's a little bit of stagnancy that we're currently experiencing right now. And that has to do with the fact that Mercury's in Taurus. Now, it's the fact that when we recognize that the Taurus energy, it's slower. It's much more about rigor. And often when we have Mercury in Taurus, it can often feel a little bit akin to a retrograde, because that feeling of things taking longer than they should, or a little bit of that lag, you may be feeling this right now. It may be some kind of feelings of working through a rut or getting frustrated around routines. But this is why I keep on hearing that Gemini energy is kind of here to save the day. Because when we're working through a rut, it's not about abandoning things entirely. It's about doing something differently. It's being adaptive. And there's a lot of that space that we're seeing in terms of the lessons that have been coming through as it relates to adaptability. And what do we talk about when we talk about adaptability? You know, there are the things that we're naturally inclined to do, right? There are the things that feel like they're within our wheelhouse in relationality to, I keep on hearing, it's the conversation between the difference between a gift and a talent. The things that we're naturally inclined in doing often are ones that we don't have to think about. It's just something that allows for that space of easement. But when we're working into the space of doing something we haven't before, it's very easy to get frustrated at the self. It's very easy to get hard on the self, right? We've had a lot of that work that we're seeing, and he was talking about this yesterday. In this way, Aries and Gemini are very similar, because Aries have a lot of volatility in relationality to healing their relationship to Saturn, right? And there's the misconception that Aries lack patience. Aries don't lack patience. They have patience. They just don't have a lot of it. But this is why they're very conservative as to what they put their patience towards. And there's also the space that because Aries are so clock oriented, they are able to discern the difference between the patience that feels like it's paying off with progress versus the feeling of having one's energetic time wasted or working through the space of stagnancy. This is why we see so many Aries that go into coaching, because Aries it's not the lack of patience. It's a lot of that space that once Aries sees progress, Aries is like, we'll stay here all day. Like I'll keep on doing it. It's the idea of the patience that one is able to pay off on in terms of seeing the transformation that occurs within it. Gemini, not so much in the space of progress, but looking towards newness, working towards innovation, right? Like Gemini lessons are often about calibrating towards the delight of a new experience, right? And one of the things that we see that often Geminis come to learn is the difference between adaptability and fickleness, right? Now, you'll remember when we were going through Taurus season, we were talking about the difference between stubbornness and tenacity. So I'm not surprised to see the fact that we're coming into Gemini season with conversations about the difference between adaptability and fickleness. What is the difference between adaptability and fickleness? Adaptability is the ability to identify a direction that one is going and then to be very, very constructive as it relates to the way to get there, right? It's that energy that says, I'm trying to go to Albuquerque. What's it going to take to get there, right? What do you need to do, right? It's the identification point of being able to do something in a way that allows for the ability to get anywhere. right? Because when we are adaptable, it's the conversation that says when we're adaptable in our manifestation goals, right? We recognize what feels like it's valuable versus what we feel like we need to be like what we need to be like extending upon. It works into the realm of possibility, right? It works into that space of adaptability. However, and this is something that is difficult for potentially a bit of the work that we see that a lot of Gemini have to face. The difference between being adaptable, working towards a manifestation goal and doing whatever it takes to get there versus being too fickle. What's fickleness? A manifestation goal that we're not able to build resilience into, right? Becoming too changeable. It's the adaptability for the sake of adaptability. It's often that space of fickleness where we're changing too much. And this sometimes can create a stagnancy point because when we're too changeable, right? When we're changing gears too much, right? It often can create that frustration point because it's change for the sake of change instead of coming into the space of identifying and recognizing what the path and purpose is. So I see that there's a lot of this work here. And the reason I'm seeing this is also because this is what a lot of the conversations are that are happening for some of the energy and separation. Because remember, I told you the fact that a lot of these partnerships that are forming right now are in magician energy. So they're not just coming towards each other with that, like, and I keep on telling you, like, there's a lot, it's like the magician energy that's a reality check, because this isn't the energy that says, like partnership is magical. Let's just see if there's chemistry. This is the energy that's saying, let's break it down. Let's break it down. Let's understand it. Because this is the energy that says to make something magical, you have to be willing to put the work in. And this is potentially even why we see that there may be a lot of conversations that are happening right now in the new partnerships talking about what they had to move away from or what they had to cut away from. Because that space, like what often happens when we're trying to build with someone, but they can't stay focused on a single purpose, right? When it feels like, again, those modalities or those moments where we don't necessarily, like we talked a lot about the fact that the energy coming into divine union builds into that reliability space. And what's beautiful about this, and those who are in the healed Gemini energy understand this. When Gemini's in there's healed energy of the Gemini, they become a power source. The energy that says it's not about a single direction. It's about when you're trying to do something, it's whatever it takes to get there, right? It's like it's no holds barred kind of energy. But when we're too changeable, right? When we're too, like when we get too caught in the space of browsing, when we get too lost in the space of looking at what is around us, right? That ability of holding into that point of consistency, we can often lose our purpose because of because of the array. Like that's what the Gemini energy often is up against. It's working through the array, or not allowing the fact that there's an array of options to distract one from one's internal compass. So we're seeing that there's a lot of this here that we're identifying, and I would not be surprised if there's conversations that are occurring right now for energy that is coming into partnership related to prioritization of what it takes to be able to prioritize in relationship, but also about adaptability, right? The conversation, I keep on hearing that, being able to tell the difference, right? And this is the continuation of what we saw between the ability to be energetically focused on a manifestation and be adaptable versus that space of not necessarily having manifestation or working in that space of kind of like seeing what's out there, right? This could be a lot of the frustration that others are articulating about like, oh, I keep on hearing the over exploration that is often indicative of being lost because one doesn't have a sense of purpose. So this is why we talk a lot about the fact that one of the things that we bring with us to partnership is not feeling like we're going to find our identity in partnership, right? And a relationship should never come into the space of of identifying us, but our own ability to recognize ourselves is what reinforces what it is that we're building with another. this brings us to our center card for today's spread. There's that Knight of Swords. And I keep on seeing, you know, I want to express there's a little bit of, I told you, there's a little bit of volatility that may be occurring in some of these new connections. But I need to point this out, the volatility that I'm seeing here is potentially in the recognition of building, I keep on seeing, having a productive conversation where in the past with another relationship, it would have led to an argument, right? I keep on hearing like that ability of being able to address something, that ability to be able to energetically face something. I keep on hearing the ability to have a hard conversation, but not a volatile one, can sometimes make us volatile in experiences in the past where we feel like we've hit the egoic wall of another, right? The difference of someone like moving away from something instead of facing it, or letting the emotions, like letting the over emotionality create a wall. And I keep on seeing that what's happening right now for the energy and separation is seeing the flow of communication that identifies the impasse that was the impossibility in the past relationship, right? Because I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that works to bring the walls down instead of holding them, like holding them up. Now, what's interesting here for the energy coming into divine union, this is, I told you, I'm not surprised to see this. We're going through a Pluto retrograde. There's going to be a lot of conversations in relationality to working through the space of intimacy, right? For a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is the work, right? This Hermit in its reversal. Why do we heal to come into partnership? Because when we go into the inner sanctum of the self, when we finally find the peace that partnership provides, we go into the inner sanctum of the self, we don't know what we're going to find there. We don't know the trauma we carry until we move into a space of peace, because that ability of doing so, right? We come out of fight or flight. We come out of those spaces where it feels like we're constantly have to have our guard up, working through that space of vulnerability. I told you, this is why the energy is potentially saying to those around you, how's the relationship? Amazing. How are you feeling? Have never been worse. Why are they saying? But it's a good worse, right? It's saying to me, it's the worst because it's the observation. They're finding what they've been carrying. They've got the new assignment. They're seeing what that path work is. It's not easy. I keep on hearing it's not easy, but it's blessed work, right? When we're working on ourselves, this is why we talk about spirituality. That doesn't just make us feel perfect all the time. It's addressing where the work is. Because I keep on hearing it's not easy, but it's blessed work, right? Now, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, woo, there it is, 7. Oh, we got 3 cards coming out. That's Gemini season. We got 7 of Cups. It's reversal in combination with our 9 of Swords and our 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. I keep on hearing this is what's difficult is when we're building into, I keep on hearing, when we're building into healthy manifestations, we show, we don't tell. I keep on hearing we do it together or we don't do it at all. We don't articulate upon the path work by which the manifestation is an energetic directive. We articulate the space of the identification point of, I keep on seeing what is good, what feels good and what is good. So that amplification of building into the space of being able to recognize and identify what feels like it is energetically supportive. And that's why I keep on seeing that it's interesting, because I'm identifying some volatility right now for energy deep within divine union, because that modality of working through, and I keep on seeing the egoic journey never stops. It's always one that you have to be conscientious of, right? So that ability of doing so, always coming into the space of critiquing the self first, working into that space of assessment. I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, that ability of, I keep on seeing processing or working through something. I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy working through the concept of refinement, but in the space of recognizing and identifying and getting to the heart of something, to be able to better articulate it, or to find a way to be able to say something in a way that you haven't said it before. So I keep on saying there's a lot of work that's happening right now, deep within divine union, in being able to articulate the difference between something, I keep on hearing something that is exceptional versus trying to do something, trying to make an exception. And I keep on hearing when we are doing something exceptional, there are no exceptions. We'll definitely try to unpack that more because that's something new that's coming through. Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Hermit card in its reversal. There's that Moon card in its upright. And I love, here's the thing, I love, I mean, it's reversal. I like seeing a Moon card here in its reversal. Because I think I told you that there's a lot of this work that we're seeing that's being navigated right now, especially through the transition point between Taurus and Gemini, which is navigating the hard truth, right? And why do we talk about navigating the hard truth? Because the context by which we build into a spiritual journey is not one, I keep on hearing, a spiritual journey should not feel like a pat on the head. It should not feel like, I'm doing great. Like, look how great I am. You guys are all the worst. I'm great, right? It's not that space where we articulate upon, it's not a space, I keep on hearing the spiritual space is not a place where we talk about how great we are. We talk about where it's where we work, we come to work. It's like, keep on hearing, it's where we come to work. So that ability of being able to identify what those difficulties are, right? Like I keep on seeing that this is important because I'm identifying that for a lot of the energy right now, especially the energy in separation, I keep on hearing these are energies in separation, healing from relationships wherein they never felt good enough, right? And this is why we see that a lot of the energy healing from the relationships where they never felt good enough is potentially working through navigating the spiritual journey of hard truth, which is often those spaces where someone says to us, I love you. And then you have to say back to them, well, if you say you love me, why does it feel like you don't like me? Because when we're coming into the space that we recognize that we have different manifestation goals, understanding a healthy relationship is one where we're always going to find change, right? If you're about to go into a relationship and you're saying, I want to go into a relationship and I don't want to change, you don't want a relationship. Go somewhere else. Like there's not, like that is not, a relationship is only about change, right? You don't go into relationships by mean of stagnation. Relationships by their very nature change us. If you want to go into a space of not changing, would I like to introduce you to the Hermit card? This is all about not changing. Okay, like it's like, I'm going away, I am not going to change. But even the Hermit comes back, right? The ability of understanding that relationships change us. It's understanding that the relationship that's positive for us changes us in the best way possible. Right? We go, thank God. Right? It helps us see ourselves more clearly. We find ourselves in our relationships. And the reason you see someone in a positive relationship that says that they're found is not because, it's because they see themselves more clearly through the eyes of the counterpart that wants the same things that they want. And you say, finally, someone that gets it, someone that I can walk with in that space. Okay. But when we are in unhealthy relationships, it feels like we're on the rack. It feels like we're being changed in ways that we don't desire or aspire to. It feels like the space of that feels like it moves us further away from ourselves, further away from our purpose, right? And often you can articulate that when that moment, when you look at another person, you say, what do you want from me? Because the question of saying, what do you want from me is the observation of saying, there's clearly something that you want from me that I might not want for myself. And so I keep on seeing that there's something about that ability. This is why I keep on hearing these magician energies right now. These magician relationships are ripping the Band-Aid off. They're saying better to know now. If you don't like me, say so, right? There's some energy right now. I'm telling you right now, this is why I'm seeing some of these partnerships that are forming right now. They're giving each other a little bit of this like speak now or forever hold your peace as it relates to coming into their authenticity, because this is the energy that says, this isn't the energy, and I need to stress this, this isn't the energy that says, I refuse to change, right? This is not the energy that says, I refuse to change. This is the energy that says, never again will I change for someone. Moving forward, I will only change with someone. Because when we're building into the relationship that feels like it's in alignment to us, it feels like we are growing with someone, not changing for someone. It is the ability of seeing the self that allows one to aspire, not feeling like you're being you're being contorted into something that one is not. And we see even, and this is also being communicated right now for a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union, because I told you that what is happening right now, like that is what the energy, like when I said what is happening right now, I'm telling, that's what the energy is saying coming into union. They're saying what is happening right now, and they're saying I don't recognize myself, but they're saying it with a smile on their face. They're saying it with a feeling of vibrancy, because that is the energy. When we start changing in ways that we go, I don't know what's happening, but I like it. It's like, that is the energy of transformation, right? That is the energy of transfiguration, the changing into something that feels like it brings us into a space of delight, a space of energetic bliss, that because it is the change that says I'm changing in ways I could not see, and I like the way that I see myself changing, right? It is the force of energetic positivity by which we're able to build into the context of working through vulnerability, right? It's, I keep on getting, there's some energy right now. The energy coming into divine union is very much in Cancer energy right now, because the energy is working through vulnerability in the same process of transformation, which we're going to talk about when we get to Cancer season. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union. Boom, 8 of Pentacles in its upright. Clarification between our Hermit card in its reversal and the Knight of Swords in its upright. This is feeling very Cancerian too. There's a lot of Cancerian energy right now. But this is feeling more, and I'm not surprised to see this. Like I told you, often when I read, when energy coming into divine union and energy in separation is very vulnerable, energy deep within divine union starts getting very protective. Almost intuitively is what I get. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, it's interesting because it's not about being adaptable. It's talking about limits. Like I keep on hearing, it's like there's a limit to things. But that's why, because we see even now that a lot of that space, being able to say like the limits that are articulated with the difference of things, is I keep on hearing, that's why I keep on hearing the difference between exclusive and exceptional, right? Because when we're in a space of exception, like that, the exceptional is something that we all can strive for. Exclusive is something that says only me, right? It's like a lot of that. And what often do we recognize between the difference between exclusive and exceptional? Higher self is exceptional. Higher self says we all have that moment of being exquisite in that space. The ego will say exclusive. The ego will say just me, right? like it's just me. Like, it's a lot of that prioritization that is the recognition of saying something that's only like that speaks towards, like I keep on seeing like the identity, the identification point of, I keep on hearing like no pedestal, right? because I keep on hearing, when we're on a pedestal, we should do so we can be heard. We don't do so to say that there's something special within the self, is what I keep on seeing. And so I keep on hearing that there's a lot of conversations right now in relationality to pedestals, because I keep on hearing a pedestal is something that you do, you get on to be heard better. It's not something that you say that you do so because because of a sense that only one can do it, is what I keep on hearing. There's a lot of conversations related to nuance, and I just keep on hearing the difference between exceptional and exclusive. Bottom of the deck bottom of the deck, that's Pluto retrograde coming in. But the next card to clarify, between our Knight of Swords and its upright in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. A lot of, there's that King of Wands in its reversal. So it's interesting because this King of Wands should look familiar. If you recall, we saw this King of Wands almost in the same exact position yesterday. Now, yesterday, this was in its upright. Today, it is in its reversal. This is having a different impact on feminine and masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. And one of the things that I'm seeing here has to do with, I keep on identifying, there's something really important that I'm recognizing in relationality to the masculine energy, and communicating the difference between the higher self and the ego is what I keep on seeing, right? Because often we have these journeys and it's hard to tell the direction. Is what I keep on hearing. It's hard to tell the direction. So I'm going to say it again, especially when there's a lot of energetic feelings that come to bear. So one of the things to help, if you're feeling like this right now, because I do feel like there's a lot of emotions coming to the surface right now, given the fact that we've got Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries. When we feel something strongly, and we feel we feel that energetic call towards something, the higher self always has an explanation as to why. Right? Why am I feeling called? Why am I feeling called? Right? The higher self will sit down and be like, this is what that feeling is, right? That this is where that energetic calling comes from. This is the calling card of higher self, is it always has, it wants to talk. It wants to talk. It wants to have a conversation. The calling card of the higher self is call me so we can talk about something, right? The ego says, because I said so, because I said so. Because I said so, right? It's a space of saying the idea of working through the self is the call of response in the self that says, why am I feeling so strongly about this? And then listening, it's the act of listening within the self to identify the difference between, I keep on hearing, the urge of the ego versus the conversation of the higher self. This is why I told you, this is what we mean, right? These two cards in proximity are effectively, like I said, it's working towards, these two cards together right now are reflective of the Magician card, right? Because I told you, what do we see with the Magician card? The hand that reaches up to the higher self, the hand that pushes back the energetic ego, working in that space of vulnerability to be able to understand and recognize what one finds there, the understanding of the self. So I see even now that there's something about that movement of Saturn right now where there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up masculine, but being able to work through that vulnerability through a point of productivity, right? It's the ability to be able to explain how one is feeling that articulates and authenticates where the directive of the feeling is coming from. While for feminine, can I get clarification right now between our Seven of Cups in its reversal, our Nine of Wands, Swords in its upright, and that Five of Pentacles in its reversal? Wow, that was interesting how that card came out. Interestingly, As I asked for the feminine card, here comes the Empress. I don't know if you saw how that card spilled out. If it spilled out very, it spilled out very weirdly. It's the Pluto retrograde. It's like, meh. And it's like, I feel like there's something about like feminine energy right now that is, how do I explain this? There's, it's very much the similar, this is more the space. I keep on hearing there's a lot of feminine energy that is working through the difference between being coveted and being appreciated, right? Because when we energetically appreciate, we hold each other in equal in a point of equanimity, right? It's the space that we feel like we're energetically equals. But when we feel, and I told, like, when we feel like we are a means to an end, when we feel like those moments where another person is articulating the displeasure in how they see us because it doesn't please them, right? There's a lot of this feminine energy that's working into the context of building into new partnership. And it's hard because they've had an intimacy wound, right? They're trying to heal the space of feeling that another person, and again, when we're not authentic with our manifestation goals, when we're not building together, it can often feel like it creates that sense of us being taken advantage of, or an ends to a mean, or another person that sees us as an object instead as someone that we're creating with. And so that's why I see that even for some of these new partnerships that are forming at this time, there's a little bit of this trepidation because this is the energy that recognizes a difference between the articulation of a manifestation goal versus having what it takes to get there. So I see even now that both masculine and feminine, I keep on seeing a lot of these new partnerships, even while they're in magician energy, they're taking a lot of time to get to know one another. They're letting Saturn do that work, and they're almost apologizing to each other because this is the energy saying, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that, and the energy saying, you don't have to explain to me, I totally understand, right? These are both of these energies working through that. This is masculine healing from the space or place of, again, understanding that when we feel that sense of when we recognize and identify and articulate upon the things that we manifest, we also, we don't look up, we do that, I keep on hearing, we do that together, we do that, we don't do that apart, we don't look to each other, we build together. And I see feminine saying to masculine, I'm not an energetic means to the end. So you see that even now both of these energies are working through a lot of those wounds, and something about the trepidation that they hold for one another is healing the bonds of intimacy in the process. Because I keep on hearing that's like both of the energies in separation, building into new connection, saying to one another, you are not a means to an end. You are not the portal by which I find my manifestation. You are the energetic manifestation, because that is the energy that builds into the context of building with one another, as opposed to kind of trying to drive forward into something. While I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, that same work that we're recognizing and identifying has to do in the space of what this healing feels like. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now of masculine, I keep on, and this is what, like, I keep on hearing the surrealness. This is energy that's coming into divine union. And what does it feel like? It feels surreal. It feels like they've never felt that way, because when we heal and we go through that shift, it's not just about finding peace. Peace does not exist within another person. Peace is something that we maintain within ourselves. And it's in that work of building in with counterpart. So I keep on seeing that this is the masculine that's recognizing that peace is not found, it's made every day. And our ability to work through our own volatility, our ability to work through our own frustration, this is what it takes to get there. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine doing that work, finding that, I keep on hearing like finding that horsepower within the self, right? It's not about learning to do something new. It's about stopping the energetic inclination of moving away, like back into trauma, moving back into the headspace that the trauma told you was the norm instead of coming into the arrival point of what the energetic piece is. For feminine, this feels more like working through doubts and fears and anxieties, right? Because this is a lot of the feminine energy that works through a lot of those fears but doesn't project them outwards, being able to articulate and communicate upon them, right? Allowing the emotions not to be led by the emotions, but letting the emotions be prescriptive, talking about what one needs instead of building into that context of fear. So there's a lot of this energy here of working through that. And I just want to point out, like, working through that vulnerability right now, this is what we're seeing for the difference between masculine and feminine. Now, for the energy deep within divine union, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of the masculine energy with this Cancer energy I'm picking up on. I'm not sure where the Cancer energy is coming through right now, but it feels very much, it feels a lot like daydream. I almost see like a lot of the masculine energy right now working through, I keep on hearing working through daydreams, but working through daydreams to make a fantasy a reality, right? And that's why we talk about the importance and significance of it could also be Aquarian, because I keep on hearing that there's a lot of the work that's happening in the difference between a pipe dream and a reality is the feeling that I keep on getting. This was a message that was coming through yesterday too. The mind has a really hard time envisioning pain. Like, even in our headspace, things that we wouldn't like. It's hard for the mind to create the space of pain. But that's why we talk about the ability of recognizing and working through discomfiture, working through what something feels like. Often in those moments, right, the dream that becomes a reality. This is sometimes how we pull back on manifestations, right? We've all had those moments, something that feels good in our head, but then when we start doing it, we're like, this isn't really for me, right? It's the ability of understanding like what something looks like as an ideal versus what it feels like to energetically embody it. And so, one of the things that we see, and I can almost see this in some of those conversations that are happening in divine union, is either the appreciation. I keep on hearing conversations on what it feels like or how it takes to get there. And even that space, like why that space is surreal, is because often in the space of our dreams, we only feel the positive work, right? But the ability to, I keep on hearing, the ability to embody the manifestation of what we aspire for isn't just about liking the nice parts. It's also about doing the work and the hard parts, right? So that's like and this is why I feel like this is also, there's a connection point between the energy deep within divine union and the energy in separation, because this is the same conversation that the energy in separation is having, because the energy in separation is talking about past relationships where someone said they wanted something, but they didn't have the resilience or they didn't have the energetic effort to be able to get there. Words mean nothing without action. And this is why there's a bit of trepidation in building together, because this is the energy that says talking towards a manifestation is half the work. Showing up to do the work is the other half. Clarification between our Eight of Pentacles and our King of Wands and its reversal. Nobody wants to work. Like it's talking. It's a lot. I feel like a lot of the energy in separation is talking about the difference between wishes and does. Right? What's the difference between a wish and a manifestation? It's easy to wish. It's easy to perseverate as to why something isn't happening, right? But when we look at the universe and say, where is it? The universe looks back at us and says, that's rude. That's rude. Right? The difference between, working in that space, I keep on hearing manifestations aren't a delivery service. It's not the space that we say, where is it? Why is it taking it so long? Right? Because when we look to the universe, say why it's taking so long, it's like the universe says, well, what are you doing? Where are you going? What do you want me to do? I can't, like, what are you doing? I'm giving you all the things, I'm giving you all the tools you need, right? A healthy manifestation is working in collaboration with the universe and saying, this is what I aspire for. This is what I know what's going to take to get there. It's a walk and it's taking it's speaking and walking, right? And that's what this Gemini energy is teaching us. Gemini energy understands this, right? That's what we talk about with the twins. It's easy to say something, it's another to do it, right? It's not just the ability. You can't have one, you need both, right? The ability to move towards what it is that we aspire for, right? That adaptation, right? Manifestation at its core is the adaptation of being able to recognize and articulate what it is that we desire, and then we build into the healthy manifestation that says, what does it take to get there, right? It's working in collaboration, it's working in harmony towards what it is that we hope to create. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now healing from some kind of exceptional behavior in as it relates to past relationship dynamics. Someone that was like, why aren't you doing like why isn't it happening? Why aren't you doing all of the work? Like, it's like often we hit those relationships, and this is what we mean, right? Because when we are experiencing inconsistency from someone, and then we feed consistency to it, then it creates that space of energetic exceptionalism of another person being like, why aren't you giving what you always like, why aren't you being consistent? And this is why I see, like, this is why it's important that we don't pay it forward in our relationships, because when we are experiencing inconsistency in another, and we feed consistency to the inconsistency, then it solidifies the inconsistency. It creates that space of another saying, this is how it goes, this is what it is between us, while another person is like waiting for it to change. And that's literally when you're existing in a relationship where there's two different realities as to what's happening, where you can have one person being like everything's fine and another person saying everything's awful, right? And one person keeps on going, things are getting better and better, and another person's like, I'm almost like at my breaking point, I can't take it anymore, right? So that ability of being able to articulate, this is why I see that a lot of this energy is working in terms of building into the space to identify if that consistency is something that is there, because that is the amplification or articulation of understanding the difference between energy that says they want something versus energy that knows what it takes to get there. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, deep with it, coming into divine union between our King of Wands and our Empress card, there it is. We're going to see a lot of this right now. This is a heavy Gemini card too. We've got our two of Pentacles. So I see even now there's something really beautiful that's happening in relationality to, I feel like a lot of the energy right now that is coming into divine union is moving into, they're moving out of Cancer into Scorpio. And why is that? Because I see that energy saying, I'm changing in ways I didn't even know were possible, right? This is what we talk about in the space of understanding how relationships and love change us. Because when we start to feel that stabilization point and we really start to heal, we sometimes don't recognize ourselves. But I keep on hearing, we don't recognize ourselves with a smile on our face. We don't recognize ourselves in the space that we realize that we're changing in ways that we didn't know possible, because it is the ability of building forth with someone that we trust that allows us to have that perpetual trust fall into each other. It's that like I keep on hearing that beautiful space of feeling like you're always a little uncertain, but you're always found again and again, because it is the reliability of building into an energetic connection with another that says, I will always be there to catch you as you move into that space of deeper and deeper vulnerability. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. Clarification right now between our Death card in its reversal in combination with our Knight of Pentacles in its upright. There's that Four of Wands in its reversal. There's a little bit of this energy. I keep on seeing there's a little bit of this energy right now. I want to say, I feel like there's some energy right now deep within divine union that's working through irritability. I think the irritability is a combination force of the fact that Saturn is transiting into Aries, which again, another planet transiting into Aries can always bring a little bit of feelings of irritability up. Okay. As well as the fact that Mercury is in Taurus, because it can feel like a little bit of stagnation. It can feel like a little bit of working through frustration. But, and this is what I keep on hearing, the ability to work through stagnation and frustration. What is the poultice to stagnation and frustration? Productivity, right? Planning, doing something new, adjustments is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing that there's a lot of that energy that is working through adaptability, being productive through any kind of irritability that they're potentially feeling right now with the combination force of Saturn and the Mercury in Taurus, right? It's like the slowdown. It's like I keep on hearing it's not letting yourself get irritable about the energy. It's like it almost feels like the energy deep within divine union is like forcing themselves into hermit mode to navigate some of this like some of this like energy. It's like it's like I keep on hearing, but it's like it also feels productive in that way. It feels a little, I want to say it almost feels like a little high priestess too. Continuing to get because high priestess and hermit are very similar. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Pentacles in combination with our Two of Pentacles. Magician in its reversal. I got to tell you guys, if you haven't had an opportunity to look at the cards over the last few days, I would definitely direct you over to our Substack. Go take a peek at the Substack, because we're seeing a lot of similar cards right now. Now, what's interesting about the fact that we're seeing these similar cards is it has a lot to do with, and especially with this Magician in its reversal, which again, yesterday was it was in our top row, and now it's almost in the almost the penultimate row. Because a lot of that work that we're recognizing and identifying right now has to do with the space of, and I keep on seeing, working through, I keep on hearing, it's almost like the energy that's working through what's not working. Okay. And that's what I think is important about this, because when we see like being the quality and characteristic of being able to work through what's not working, that is its own gift. That's pragmatism, right? Welcome. I'm not surprised to see these type of things happening here, because that feeling of pragmatism is what Gemini energy is about, right? Gemini energy does not give up on things because it's not working. Gemini energy says, what is it going to take to make it work? It's like it's a lot of that. It's like, of course it's not working. It's not going to work until it works, right? And often I keep on hearing a lot of these like Gemini messages, which is like, what is the song of success? Failure, 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 failure. You don't succeed repeatedly. You fail better. You don't come into that space of recognizing and identifying what that work is. You just continue to work through something in such a way that allows you that ability or that consistency point in being able to recognize and identify what you're doing, but also doing it in ways that you haven't thought of doing it before. So there's a lot of adaptability that we're effectively seeing that's occurring right now, particularly with a lot of this energy. But that ability of doing so, that ability of being able to recognize and identify what that work is, and being able to find new possibilities, like this is at the heart of Gemini season, because the lesson that we identify between the movement between Taurus and Gemini is, why do we do something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again? Because when something goes awry, we can do it with our eyes closed, right? It's not about the fact that we learn to be energetically consistent so that when there's an exceptional circumstance, we are able to arrive towards it. So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy here. And now for a lot of, and it's having a different impact across the frequencies. For the energy in separation, this could be articulating upon energy that they felt like they were in relationship with that was too picky, right? And what does it feel like when we're building into relationships where someone is focusing on an aversion, right? Like that feeling of being picked apart. No, this isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. You're not right. You're not right. You're not right. You're not right. Right. And that feeling of being picked apart is what makes us feel like we start feeling pulled apart, starts feeling like the relationship is changing us in ways that we don't aspire for, working through that context of healing from the relationship where, again, somebody desires you, but they don't necessarily see you. Somebody wants something from you, but you start to identify that they don't want the same things as you, or feeling that sense of someone that says, I love you, but like somebody saying, like they said that they love me, but I wasn't sure if they liked me, because often that is the energy that says, I just need to change you a little bit and you'll be exactly what I want. That is not how we build healthy relationship, right? Because when we are in healthy relationship, we work in the context of identifying what it is that another person aspires for, and we build into the commitment of saying changing in the best ways possible, right? It's not the criticism, it's the critique. It's the ability to show each other things that we cannot see, right? It is the pledge that we make to one another saying, I know what it is that you're aspiring to, and I'm going to do the hard work to help you get there. And I promise not to be easy on you along the way. And you promise to do that for me as well, right? It is the energetic commitment to be picked apart in the best way possible. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something that's being articulated about the energy working through nuance right now, working through preference, talking through that to help identify and recognize that quality of characteristic of not looking for someone to try to change into what you desire to be perfect, but instead wanting to build with someone because you're ready to change and you're excited on the journey of what you're going to find on the way. Final card for today, and that's happening across all of the frequencies. Final card today between our Four of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Magician card in its reversal. We have here our Three of Wands in its upright. And what's really like, and this is what I keep on seeing, like the beautiful thing that I'm identifying here, and this is really interesting. I think it's coming through as a result of Mercury and Taurus. Slowing down hard conversations, the difficulty point in going slow. I want to tell you right now, I feel like for a lot of the energy in separation, there's conversations that are happening, talking to one another, saying, I'm sorry we have to move so slowly, but I have to be careful. Why is the energy being careful? Because I keep on feeling like this is energy that either was building into past relationships where someone was too changeable, felt like they had the rug pulled out from under them because they were building more into a space of preference than perseverance, right? Looking for something, the difference between someone that builds aversion saying this isn't working for me versus the energy saying this is what I know we need to change to get there. Or those situations or circumstances where another is like trying to say that they have that space of care only to recognize that they're trying to use another for a means to an end. And I keep on hearing we don't manifest through each other, we manifest with each other. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that's saying to one another through the converse, the energy, like this is the beauty, and that's what I meant. This is the energy that's saying you are my manifestation. I'm not trying to rush that process, right? That sense or that space of someone saying, I could talk to you forever. Take all the time you need, right? It is the energy that is building in that space of trust. And I keep on hearing they're building that trust brick by brick. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy is experiencing the vertigo. They're literally experiencing the vertigo of the new perspective, navigating the shift of new partnership. And when we're in a truly fundamental, healthy partnership, our perspective of things start to change. When we find the peace that we've been seeking, everything pivots upon it. And our observation of that, this is why we talk about, if you're afraid of change, don't get in a relationship, because a relationship will change you in profound ways. And we see that a lot of that energy doing that work, recognizing what that force of change is. This is the energy that when they see that change, they're seeing things that they could never see before. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. A lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. It's interesting because I keep on hearing exceptional isn't exceptional isn't exclusive, is what I keep on hearing. It's a conversation on what a good manifestation is. And I'm not surprised to hear this too, because again, a good manifestation, if you're ever worried, and I keep on hearing this is what the conversation between the energy deep within divine union is having. If you're ever worried about whether a manifestation you have is good or not, can you multiply it? Can you multiply it? If your ability to multiply the manifestation is such that it creates that sense of goodness, it's usually an articulation of the fact that it is a positive manifestation, the sense of something being an exceptional, an energetic miracle, as it were, right? The ability of the fact that you can multiply it is a good identification point as to whether it's a positive manifestation. But if you suddenly are having a manifestation that feels exclusive, you precious special little thing, it's just for you. You are so special. You are the specialist. I've got a news flash. It's special. You are the special. That's probably your ego. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to let you know. I'm sorry to have to be the person to tell you. That's not the higher self. That's the ego. Because the higher self wants multiplying manifestations. The ego would like one that's just for you, because you are the special. You are the first. Guess what? You are the first special person ever. Just you. He's amazing. It's really amazing. I know. I'm also shocked. Big deal. We don't work in that space. And that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy's like, I hear the energy deep within divine union talking about cutoff, because it's talking about the space of understanding that what is good for everyone, and what is exclusive is good for someone. So our ability of navigating through that is how we're able to recognize and identify, again, where our energetic values lie, or again, what helps us see the higher self in the process. Bottom of the deck on this reading, King of Pentacles in its upright. So a lot of this work that I'm just recognizing and identifying here has to do in relationality to where we put that force of effort, right? It's like it's working towards, I keep wondering, it's not just about speaking, it's about having that force of intention. And remembering, here's the thing, and we talk a lot about this here, spirituality. If your spirituality is one that makes you feel like you are special, you should probably look into that. That's probably not a good place to be, because that sense or that space of building into the context, that is indulgent, right? Indulgence is the spirituality that reaffirms something that you want, right? And what does the ego say? The ego says, gimme, right? And when we build spirituality in the space that says, I have a right to gimme, that's usually a sign that it's not healthy. So our ability of being able, like healthy spirituality is literally the act of perpetually checking yourself. That never goes away. And in fact, you have to continue to do it over and over and over and over and over again. You don't find balance and say, yay. Every day you start anew to understand what that weight is, what that proportion is. Welcome to Gemini season. Perpetual balancing. It's not about saying, I've done it. Guys, I did it. I did it. You're welcome. It's the perpetual act of recognizing what one needs to do to find balance. And it shifts and it changes. And so that ability of doing so is not one that creates that space, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not the force. Like the healthy work is not re-encouraging something that you want to do. It's looking at what you want to do and feeling like it's something that feels like it is energetically balancing. And so I keep on seeing that this is a conversation that's happening right now across all the frequencies. For a lot of the energy, like working into new partnership, this is literally, I see this as the energy taking accountability, right? This is the energy that is taking that accountability, doing that work, ascertaining what it is that they're working on in order to basically say, again, this is the energy that says, what does the energy of perfection say? I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it, right? It's not in that space that looks for an exception. It always finds a reason. While for the energy that's coming into divine union, a lot of that work, building into that same point of fundamental energetic understanding of the energy that's coming into divine union, because again, when we heal, right? Is this the energy that's come into union and now saying yay? No. What is the energy saying as they're coming into union? Oh my God, I have all of this work to do that I didn't even see before, right? It's the observation of the site that one finds that says, like, welcome, here's your assignment. You got a lot of work to do, right? It is the continual, perpetual assignment that guides us into that space of understanding. While for the energy deep within divine union, this is a lot of the energy that is articulating and building upon what one holds dear, working into that space, talking into a space of protectiveness. And again, when we hold on to things that are good for us, they don't create bitterness, right? I feel like there's a lot of this energy deep within divine union that is looking at the things they're holding to try to articulate whether it feels like it makes them feel bitter or better, right? Because we can't navigate what occurs to us, but how we carry it forward is always our energetic responsibility. And that's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, better, not bitter, working in the space of productivity, identifying where the work begins. That is the energy that is, again, like saying that that work is not one of latency, it's one of activation. That is where we find all of that. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join because you have almost a month leading into that class to be able to bone up on what we studied thus far. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have learned or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. You will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. Even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as well as to when I post my mystic meditation articles, which give you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. One of the things I also tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in our classes. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading series, I would encourage you to start to keep a journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings in just a few minutes. Congratulations to Kath. You've got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much for those gifts. And Bridget, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your 1-card reading as well. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation. Oh, and we also got to 50K. Beautiful work, guys. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so excited. I get so excited when we get to 50K before we finish the reading. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We will also be doing that giveaway as well. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 5th person read for right now. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much for that gift, Hardy P. I appreciate you. Hi there, KJ. How are you doing today? I know I froze. Actually, Fig, it was so wild because I was literally talking about the lag issue and the whole app crashed. Rest assured, if you missed any of that reading, it was still, I did continue to read across the other apps, and you can also find the podcast over on Substack, so you won't have to experience the interruption there. Thank you guys for sticking with me during that, though. That was wild. Haven't had that happen before. Hi there, KJ. My husband and 8 together, 12 years, going through this at the moment. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages, sending you so much support on that journey. The unknown can be kind of fun. I mean, that's something like that. I'm surprised to see you say that as a Cappy, as a Capricorn. I assume that's what Cappy means, Capricorn. I'd be curious about what your Gemini placements are. Crystal, KJ, it's so weird, and normally I think it would be uncomfortable, but I'm at such peace. Sending you so much support on that journey, KJ. Hi there, Dwayne. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Lovely. Who wants to live with coulda, woulda, shoulda? You're sounding a lot like a Gemini right now, Cappy. Flo, I've been meeting so many Cancers right now. I love Cancer energy. It can be really beautiful as long as they're not in hermit mode, man. Because here's the thing, and that's the thing here, the Hermit card with the Moon card, these are very Cancer related cards. So there's a lot of that Cancerian energy here. Have a beautiful day, Dwayne. Oh, an Aquarius, welcome, Flo. Part of fortune, my fortune is in Cancer right now. I don't know how long she's been there or how long she stays there. Well, the one thing I'm seeing here is, and that's I like to point out, when you've got fortune in Cancer, it can create a lot of those sublime moments, so definitely pursue that intuition is what I'd be saying right now. If you got a lot of that placement work happening, Flo. If you're going to talk the talk, be prepared to walk the walk. Tap to claim, Bridget. Thank you as well, Yaz. Lovely. Why are you not consistent? Why are you not consistent dysfunctional? You used to be fun. Why are you not consistently dysfunctional? You used to be fun. I love that, Cappy. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Say that 10 times. Yes, I know. Consistently dysfunctional. I like that. Consistently dysfunctional. I'm working through anxiety, which is weird because I have nothing in my life that makes me feel that right now. I honestly, I gotta tell you right now, Bridget, Saturn moving into Aries can create that, and Mercury in Taurus, it can feel a little foreboding. And again, like, the fact that you're articulating and processing through it is important. It's just from lack of sleep. Yakovi, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you on what's coming up for you. You're going to come back in a few days and ask that again. I don't know what that means, Yakovi. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Working through what's not working. Tap to claim, Ella. And thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K. I know. I apologize. I wasn't frozen. The app just like straight up crashed. It was pretty wild. I was like, that's interesting. I'm going to keep reading. And she's back. I'm glad. And again, if you guys missed any of it, it did feel like a glitch in the matrix. If you missed any of that reading, it continued over on the podcast. It also continued over on the place where we keep the videos. So you can go over there if you want to find what the part that you missed. Hi there, Bitcase. Good to see you today. I'm tickled by the fact that the message "you don't succeed" repeated 3 times, and then had a communication failure. I mean, like, listen, no, the timing. Let me just tell you, I also picked up on the timing. I'm like, and that seems accurate. It felt that the timing couldn't have been more exquisite. It's been doing it off and on for me a lot today. Oh, good to know, Fig. Mercury in Taurus, lag energy. Wasn't that yesterday too? Beautiful final card. I agree. I love seeing the 4. I love this together. Do you see the polarity here, Addison? The 4 of wands with the 3, right? Everything can be talked about. Nothing's on the not on the table. It's a lot of that, like, unpacking. Thank you, Hardy, for those gifts. Do I speak Italy? I think you're asking if I speak Italian. Così. I speak enough Italian to get me in trouble. How about that? I know the curses. Hi there, Fig. I'm sitting at my daughter's school, and there's just a whole class with pink, what on their heads? Oh, that's adorable. If you can multiply it, it's fire. Tap to claim. I just checked, and it wasn't yesterday. Weird. Wasn't the day before either. Oh, which day was it? We are experiencing the Mandela effect. Erica, thank you for getting on the list, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. I'm also keeping the list kind of short today, guys. So if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. What Mandela effect are we having right now? Being a healthy spirit is not getting the first prize and wearing a crown. That's something else. Tap to claim, lovely. Tap to claim. King of Cups in its reversal. That's so weird. I could have sworn what are we talking about? I am out of the loop right now. Same. It was really bugging me out. Maybe we were seeing it in the future. What were you seeing? Tell me. Possibly. Who knows at this point? Have a great day, Dada. Thank you for all of your support, dear. Get ready there. Thank you, Kat. Hi there, Erica. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Her laugh to that one. Thank you, Fig. Hardy, thank you for the reading guidance. I'm patiently waiting. Sending you so much support, Hardy, and thank you for those gifts. The unknown is really fun, is it? Depends on whether it's scary or not. True. Oh, so like part of fortune for collective is in Cancer. So your discerning intuition is that. Yeah, so I feel like I want to see, I'm not sure why I'm reading so much Cancer energy around something right now, but it's saying to me a lot of it has to do with like working in the space of dream. Like there's a lot of that dream energy there. Definitely what the reading's giving. I'm glad you agree. Flamingos. Oh, flamingos. I couldn't see what those were. I have noticed that the 4 of Wands and 3 of Wands come up together in my own reading. I think that's a really good sign, bookcase, because I feel like the 3 of Wands with the 4 of Wands is like when things go down, we go up, right? It's literally like it talks a lot about the Gemini energy, which says it's not about matching energy, it's about showing up, right? It's not about letting one's spirits down. It's about being the force of change. I got you, Erica. I know, I love that last card too. The bottom of the deck, we both thought that was yesterday's bottom of the deck as well. Oh, I understand now. Interesting. You're right. It wasn't. It was the 6. Wow, that's wild that you both thought that was the case. Interesting. Yeah, reading for myself, these cards were prevalent as well in other readings. Good to know. Thank you for confirming as well, Flo. All right, friends, we're going to get started on personal readings. The first person we're reading for today is Kat. Kat, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you, oh, no, Kat, don't post yet. Goldfish. We got to do our 50K giveaway first. So Kat, don't post. Yeah, thank you, Faith. You guys know me well. All right, so I am going to think of a number right now. Oh, what am I going to think of? I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 46. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Oh, Erica, congratulations. And you just got on the list. Congratulations, Erica. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Erica, if you'd like to hold that, because I know you're on the list, let me know. Or if you'd like a deeper reading, you'd like more cards, just let me know. Hi there, Belinda. Welcome from Australia. How are you doing today? And just bear with me a moment. Thank you guys again for helping us get to that 50K milestone. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this out to those who haven't received it. So thank you for doing your part as well. Guys, I've been falling asleep to the collective reads. I'm getting so relaxed. I don't take that personally. I consider it the highest compliment if you fall asleep here, because that's the thing. You should never be upset when someone falls asleep around you, because it means they feel like they're safe with you. So it's an honor to be able to let you're able to sleep here. All right, we'll be holding it for Erica. Excellent. Belinda, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. You will be the 6th person read for today. All you have to do is send the donation. If anyone else wants to get on the list today, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. All right, Kat, now if you want to post your question, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, just a reminder, if you are on the list, if you have information that you feel is relevant to your reading, for instance, if we're doing a dream interpretation, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can also, if you are a subscriber, head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post it in the allocated channels for it there. Mayu, did you get on the list? I'm happy to read for you, but I just need you to confirm where you sent the donation, and I'll be happy to check the list to see if you've been added to it. Hi there, Kat. I have a layered question. Will Toby text me? Or should I look elsewhere? Okay, got you. Understood. Can I please get 2 cards about the connection, 2 cards about the summer, advice going forward? Highest priority messages, please. All right, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing in these cards. And then I'm going to start asking for, and so, effectively in relationality to that particular person, I'm not sure if they're in the process of moving or something of that nature, but I see them like underwater right now in relationality, some kind of big undertaking. They're just like, they are completely overwhelmed, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing someone saying, I've been meaning to get back to you. Um, I keep on hearing this is someone who's bitten off more than they can chew. I also feel like there's some kind of deadline that they're pushing up against right now. And it's giving me some kind of like, all hands on deck energy around something. So I almost see some kind of situation where it's almost saying to me, if you've stated something, just be a little patient, because I keep on hearing the first thing you're going to hear from them is some kind of apology, because there's something that they're navigating that I just keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing someone say like all hands on deck. Like it's they're just like I keep on hearing it's catch up energy, right? Like they put off, like it's not that they put off something. It's that it's just, it's like I keep on seeing the way something works is like a deadline that used to feel like it was very far away is very, very close, is what I keep on seeing. Um, Now, in relationality to the summer, I feel like there is something about, I keep on hearing there's something about the summer that helps you navigate the feeling of being underrepresented, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something that you work on this summer to help get you in front of more people. Um, like it's giving me, uh, and I'm not, like, it does feel like, I feel like there's a revenue, like it's saying to me that there's a revenue expansion point this summer, because and it does have something to do with this energetic connection that I'm seeing, because I don't know what it is, but it feels like there's something about a connection that's creating a feeling of hurry up and wait, right? Like almost some kind of imbalance where like someone almost like needs you immediately and then doesn't get back to you for a long time. And then when they do get back to you again, they like need it immediately. And that's why I keep on hearing that this is the summer that I keep on hearing this is the summer that you get out from being under something. And the reason I keep on seeing that it feels like it's you getting out from being under something is it does feel like you start to build something for yourself that others can come to you directly, is what I keep on hearing. Um, or some kind of converse. If there's somebody who's like bringing work to you, potentially feeling like they're not representing you in a way that feels like it's serving you in the best way possible, is what I'm getting. Like it's almost like the conversation of trying to build into a space of feeling more like being in the loop more, or being more in the space of being an energetic priority in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing it's like you're saving yourself from a perpetual headache. Because as soon as I started doing this reading, um, I just started getting a headache, because it almost feels like there's some kind of relationship you have with someone that isn't healthy. Because like I said, it's like you're like it's like you're giving them lots of time, but they just keep giving you last minute, right? Like I keep on, like that's what I keep on Like nothing's less healthy than when you give someone a lot of time and then they get back to like they give you last minute. So I feel like this is the work that you do this summer to get out from being under something, some kind of situation like that. And I do see, like, I feel like there is something. So I would say, like, the overall, like, the one, and this is a message that we've been seeing that's been happening right now, in the daily collective as well. Remember, a healthy manifestation is one that's all patience and no waiting, which is saying if you're waiting for something, start something else, right? If you're waiting upon something, like that's a sign that you should like that there's something that's more productive for you to be doing. So being able to kind of, I keep on seeing, like, lay those plans, lay those foundations, because I keep on hearing this summer is all about architecture. And it does, and I keep on hearing, it almost feels like I feel like it's a little bit of this like under construction energy where you do kind of go into hermit mode on something, but in order to build back better or to be able to do something in a way that feels, I keep on seeing, cuts out the middle, like I keep on hearing, like, cuts out the in the middle, or like works in a space that you're able to be seen more, where others can come towards you directly. um like it says to me there's something about you being, um I keep on hearing it's like embracing this Gemini energy that doesn't look at something and says, why isn't it happening? But I'm saying, what else do I have to do to get there? Like, what else can I be doing that could help it move something, like move the boat, like move the needle? And I keep on hearing it has something to do with being seen or being found. So this might be having to do with like making sure that, like, I see you like polishing something so that you're seen in a better way, like working on some kind of project that is focused upon your own presence. Like, this could even feel like, it almost feels potentially like portfolio energy, possibly, like looking at, like, revisiting something that's kind of gotten old, to be able to update it so that it feels like it's not, to feel like it's not, I keep on hearing, not a relic but relevant, is what I keep on hearing. Like, you're taking the relic and you're making it relevant. So taking something old and making it new again. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's giving me polish energy. You know, there's something about this. I feel like you've changed. I think something that you're doing has changed. Um, I do feel like, you know, and it's almost like it's not something you're doing, but it's almost like I see, like, it almost feels to me like there's something that you are relying on more consistently. And there's something about that reliance point that feels like it's in a little bit of a recession, which is why I keep on hearing, if you're feeling that, don't wait for it to get better. Like, like, just navigate the new reality of it, is what I keep on hearing. Like, when, if someone's saying, like, when things, like, if somebody's saying to you, like, when things improve, like, just don't, like, don't, like, don't, like, I keep on hearing, you can give someone the benefit of the doubt, but also, like, don't wait on it. Just be like, I keep on hearing, like, put more irons in the fire. Like, look towards more, like, more opportunities, is what I see. Because I do feel like there is some kind of hard conversation that you have with someone in relationality to, communication, because it almost feels a little bit like, it's almost like someone who's like, I hear someone being like, I'm a little underwater, but that's the problem. Sometimes we experience those moments where we find someone who feels like they're always underwater, you know? And I keep on seeing, it's like, it's not about, it's not about like, sometimes we start feeling that space of like being like, oh, it's not exceptional. It's like, it's just the condition that we find another in. So I feel like there is something about you like coming into the hard reality of a situation that allows for a breakthrough, because you're not waiting for something to change. You're just accepting the way it is. And while you may have hope, like while you may have hope that something can change, you're also changing in the process. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kat. And if this message, and that's why I keep on hearing, don't wait on things right now, be productive through them. Because there's something here that like it feels like it's going to take longer than you expect, which is why I keep on seeing don't don't hold out for it, just be productive and find, and in fact doing something in a productive way might expedite something in a way that you might not expect, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kat. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if you would like to get on the list for today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you will be the 5th person read for. We're also, the list is very short today, so if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later to secure your spot. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you. Also, friends, we are at 57.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part and helping to share these messages. All right. Hi there. I know. Great job, Erica. No, I put it on at night to intentionally chill out. Oh, you mean me? You put me on at night to chill out? Oh, I'm flattered by that, Flo. Kat, trying to not panic. I'm a freelancer. Well, I keep on saying don't panic, be pragmatic. Don't panic, be pragmatic. Explore those options is what I keep on hearing. Good afternoon, Heather. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. That makes sense. Whoa, tears to my eyes there. Definitely feeling underrepresented. Well, that's what I meant about being able to be seen more, doing something so that I keep on hearing like an image refresh or something that puts you out in front of people in some way. Yes, that's all these last minute, hey, we need you, right? And that's what I keep on seeing is like something about building into a schedule of like working in the context of starting to build something that's energetically consistent, that starts to allow you to be able to say like, look, if you want to make plans with me, you have to make them ahead of time, you know? We're all struggling with careers right now. Sending you support, Ruby. Lovely. Okay, so be less panicky and make some more of a plan. Contact folks instead of waiting. Absolutely. I'm also hearing like there's something I'm seeing about like I keep on hearing somebody being like if someone's saying like when things get better, like don't just be like, okay, like I keep on, it's like somebody dealing with like recognize, like work in the reality, not in the promise that the reality is going to get better. Yep, accept it as it comes. But they're actually saying it's like not so much the accept it as it comes. It's saying like look at yourself like actively seeking right now. You know, like talking about what it is that you need and what you can offer and new ways to be seen was what I kept on seeing. Spicy tea on the Discord. Love it, Bridget. Just bear with me a moment as I pull that up. Just a reminder to anyone who's on the list or planning on getting on the list, if you have information you feel is relevant for a reading, You can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in the Discord in the allocated channels. So we've got some spicy tea here. It's inside tea, so I will not be sharing the dream. I'm going to take a moment to read the dream, and then we're going to start the reading. And Nixis, thank you for the follow. All right. And also, friends, as I mentioned, we are at 57.7K likes right now. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Inside tea dream. Okay. Okay. It is spicy. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. All right. Got it. Interesting. All right. It's a spicy dream. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? 5 cards, actually, because you got on beforehand. All right. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Was your old counterpart very squeamish? Because I feel that the thing that's important, um, the thing about I think that we've talked about. No, but I know that this is not about the old counterpart, but I'm specifically asking if there was some quality about the old counterpart that was like that was squeamish about things. Because this is a dream. I think I told, like, one of the things, and this is why I like to do the work with clients where we look at the full landscape of one's dream space, because we've been identifying and recognizing that you've been having a lot of dreams that are helping you recognize and identify um, the qualities and characteristics of the new energetic counterpart that you're moving towards. And I think that the most important aspect of this dream has to do in the fact that I'm going to bring up a couple of the points of the dream without getting too far into it. You described the fact that you were in a house together and there was no bedroom, but just open rooms that you move through, and the fact that you are being carried through those rooms. So that space, remember what we articulated and spoke about the fact that the house, often that when we see homes in our dreams, they can be reflective of the mansion of the self. Um, it's talking a lot about what it's going to feel like when you're in connection with this counterpart, which is, what is a house with no bedroom, right? Just open rooms that we move through. It's talking about the fact that this is a relationship wherein you feel that there won't be anything that isn't up to be spoken about. It's a lot of that openness as it relates to ask me anything, the open communication as it relates to building into intimacy, in terms of the fact that not only is there no bedroom, but just open rooms, which says that it's the intimacy. And I like to point this out, like, if there's no bedroom in the house, you could sleep anywhere. So it's the idea that there's intimacy and that there's nothing that isn't able to be expressed. It isn't there's like everything about that is the feeling of security that one has in the openness and being able to conversate with someone. Now, in the space of you identifying that they were holding you or carrying you, um, I see that this is even more about the amplification of the energetic nurturing of that space, because it is the fact that even in that space that there's the openness of the rooms. You're not being there's not the openness of the room and you're being left to fend for yourself, right? It's not a lot of that. What is this place like? Why doesn't this house have any like rooms? It's the space that it becomes anything you want to be, depending on like the fact that you're there together, right? So it's talking both towards the conversation of the ideal counterpart that you're building towards, that not only is there an openness in relationality to what it is that you can talk about or share together, but it's also the space that they don't demand that. They don't demand that of you, right? They don't do so because they want to do anything. What are they doing in that space? They're carrying you through it, right? You are the priority. So the ability to prioritize your energetic safety as you navigate uncertainty or as you navigate vulnerability. So this is talking about the fact that this is going to potentially heal something, particularly in the realm of something in the past that used to mortify you in that same way. Because I keep on hearing that there's some kind of point of comparison here about something that feels similar to a past experience, but the difference is how you are held through it. Now, when we get to the space that you say to them, that you say to them, we can have a lot of kids, right? Like that modality of saying to someone that we can have a lot of kids is also speaking towards that same feeling of trust, because it's not you saying let's just see what happens, but it's feeling the security of someone that you wouldn't mind building a family with, that you feel that they're enough of a caretaker that not only do they take care of you, but it's almost like you saying to them, we can just have a lot of kids. Is you like, I keep on hearing it's your benediction to them, saying, I not only do I feel safe with you, but I feel safe building a future with you. I feel safe in the space that says it's fine. I'm not worried about it, because with you I know it will be fine, right? It's not something I would mind doing. Now, and especially when they look at you like seriously and hopefully and ask if you're sure, it's the space of, again, them not feeling reviled by that, them feeling excited. This could all be working through potentially polarities of what you may have experienced in a past relationship, where someone was kind of like telling you that you had to like fend for yourself, not asking for you to depend on them, and then almost building that anxiety about what the future holds because they weren't in the space of being a nurturing caretaker. Now, this is further articulated when you talk about the fact that in the dream you heard the door slam and you realized that there was a pizza that arrived, and this somebody had come into the house and left the house, and that protectiveness, right? That sense of recognizing that, and not only recognizing that, but the fact that they went outside to confront the person that did it, has to do with the feeling of someone who will protect you in rooms that you're not in, right? Because it almost speaks towards the space of, again, if there was, if and I think that we've talked about this, there were a couple dreams that we saw as it relates to past connection, where you realized and recognized in the space of the dream that what another person was telling you that you had with them might have been something very different than what they were telling other people. That ability of someone realizing that someone had, and like someone had crossed into, like gone too far as it relates to presuming intimacy by coming into the house, um, but then them immediately going to confront it. There, that is the space of saying that this is a counterpart that will protect your boundaries like they were their own, right? Because a violation to one is a violation to another, not one that you have to tell or articulate that you're not feeling comfortable. And they're saying, deal with it. But a further articulation of someone that not only prioritizes your needs in being able to make sure that perpetually that you're being held and comfortable, but then also simultaneously defends your name in rooms that you're not in, which has to do with the articulation of them going chasing after someone to confront them for doing something that they should not have done. Now, when you talked about the space of coming to the bathroom and anything that was like a lot of that space, um, the ability of um, the space of, how do I explain this best? And this is interesting because what I'm seeing that's happening here in the space of what you found within your mouth has to do with the fact that it says to me it's like a guided message about, um, when we start to build into a relationship with one another, we create a shared language, right? We often see this, like, I keep on hearing those moments where we sometimes we pick up each other's phrases, we pick up each other's we pick up each other's tendencies, which is often, I think that that is the symbol that was being described about being surprised about finding something of theirs within your own mouth, because that ability of doing so is, and I would be very curious about, you said that it caught you off guard, but you don't describe about the fact. I would be very curious about how you felt being caught off guard there, because I feel like it's that space of identifying, and this is what we, I keep on hearing it, it's a conversation from a guide about building a relationship with someone whose words you are proud of. And we sometimes see this, right? Like sometimes we recognize that we're in unhealthy relationships when words come out of another person's mouth and we're mortified, right? Because it's a recognition that often we feel that by being in partnership with someone, we build into that basis of feeling like there's that mutual consent of language. So this could also speak to the fact that you may have been in past connection with someone who you were mortified by what they said, or you didn't share their own beliefs about something. Um, so that ability of understanding, catching something from another in your mouth talks about what happens a lot with us in partnership, in finding each other in places that we did not expect. So I keep on hearing there's something about the fact of building into the context of finding someone on your tongue that you're proud of, right? Someone who, what they say creates a sense of pride in you. You don't mind sharing their language with them. That I feel like was being reflected in the surprise of finding it there and not knowing how it got there, even after they departed. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is talking towards the journey of the counterpart that is in inner child healing. I feel like this is often, like, I feel like, and again, a lot of the readings that we've had with you previously have been indicative of the fact that you've been healing from relationships with those who have unhealed inner children. And when we have an unhealed inner child, when masculine particularly has unhealed inner child wounds, it's difficult because they'll look for the relationship that is reflective of the relationship that they had with the maternal energy. But if that energy is volatile, right? It creates a lot of volatility there because it feels like they're just projecting, they're just living out their childhood again through us, right? That can often be those modalities of when someone's saying to us, like, you can't tell me what to do, right? It's like they're just replaying the scenario of what it felt like to be a child. They're looking towards when we have unhealed inner child wounds, we often look towards those who uh, replicate our nurturer so that we can we can relive those traumas. But this is saying to me that everything indicative in this dream is showing you what it will feel like to be with healthy counterpart that isn't looking at you to be their mother, but instead looking at you as a counterpart or someone to be protected and cherished. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. No, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Also, friends, we are at 58.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Good to see you today, Hannah. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can too as well via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And Nixis, thank you for the follow. Thank you for that gift, Bridget. Yep, that makes sense. Oh no, I could tell it was absolutely new. Like you haven't experienced this before. The old one was not squeamish. He was just very different. And that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing it's the openness of intimacy that is, I keep on getting, it's like the difference between protective versus mortified is what I keep on hearing. Like delightful versus mortifying. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. This was a personal reading, GT. We're doing personals right now. Yep. Oh no, this was new. Yep. The past relationship said they wanted all those things, but Murray determined that that was a lie. But that's the thing I keep on seeing that's important about the fact that they ran after the pizza person, because I keep on hearing there's something about the old energy that would have run and hide. I keep on hearing like the old energy would have run and hidden, but this energy like ran to defend you, which is like the ability to begin speak your name in places that they're protecting you instead of pulling instead of like saying one thing to you and something different to someone else. And Angelica, thank you for the follow. Yes, it felt very invasive, and we realized someone came into the house. Yes, exactly. And Jocelyn, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I was just surprised because it wasn't in my mouth. And no, that's the thing I meant about it being in your mouth, because they're saying to me it's the space of understanding how, right? Like they're talking about how we occupy, that those that we build in partnership with, we share the same language. And the fact that they were going to defend you, which is like they didn't shy away from telling another person what they meant to you. And it was in that moment that they didn't shy away from defending you by telling another person what they meant to you, is when you found that in your mouth, because it was the space of, again, it was nourishing you, because it keeps on saying it is the language of another that you can be proud of. Hi there, George. Good to see you. Yes, and when they don't act like their mom, they freak out because I'm not combative or emotional. Exactly. Hi there, Nikki. You're so welcome, Bridget. So surprised, but also makes perfect sense. Thank you, dear, for having that. And thank you for sharing it with me. Thank you for sharing that spicy tea with me. All right, Nikki, are we doing a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Josh and Deep, so good to see you. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. And some chick, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Nikki, what are we doing? Are we doing a dream? Okay, is it in the, hold on, please hold. All right, got a dream for Nikki. Is it inside tea or outside tea? No, you have nothing to listen. Here's the thing. We can't control what we dream about, and I told you, like, it's Pluto retrograde. We're gonna have like some weird dreams. Outside tea, excellent. All right, we are doing another dream interpretation. Just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have information that you would like to share that is relevant to the readings, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like me to interpret or a past life you would like more information on, you can post that information in either the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel. All right, we've got a dream from Nikki right now. I had a dream where my partner and I were hosting a big live tarot session, like a retreat or party, at the top of a skyscraper. It was a communal space, and people were going out onto the roof to take pictures. Elevators felt oddly important. Right before the event, we saw a girl on the clock app who was paraplegic and a big fan of his, so he invited her. He started the reading with a large group, and then she arrived with a nurse in a wheelchair. We paused the session so she could join. I remember feeling a little awkward about the pause, but also wanting her to feel welcome. She needed to get up a flight of stairs. There was a small elevator to the next floor, but her nurse wasn't comfortable using it. She had a mechanical suit to assist her walking, but we ended up helping her physically. I remember supporting her from behind to help her get up each step. At one point, I realized she was wearing, okay, she was wearing a device, an intimacy device, and there was an issue about the fact that she was wearing it, which just kind of weirded me out. I kept helping. Once she was up, I focused on introducing her to people so she would feel comfortable. Then the setting shifted. Randomly, one of the coworkers was there and interacted with her too. We were outside in a parking lot, almost like recess. I was still making sure she felt safe and included. Cars were significant, like the van she traveled in. And at one point, cars were even driving on the roof of the building. I remember thinking it was unsafe, but no one else seemed concerned. I have no idea what it meant, but it felt important. Okay, perfect. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages, please. Yep, that makes sense. I'm really, um, I absolutely love the harmony of being able to read this dream after we just read the previous dream, because it is a continuation on the osmosis that often occurs in partnership. And just as we talked about the fact that in the previous stream, we talked about the fact that we recognize that when we build partnership with another, um, we feel proud, of the lips of the partner, which is the space that we build into, where it feels like like another's language becomes our own. We share the common language of the relationship, which was identified in the previous dream, having a moment of discovering something in their mouth from their partner that was not there before they left. This is talking about the fact that you may be going through a moment in partnership where you're perceiving things in different ways, and you're feeling a sense of responsibility in ways that you potentially haven't before. And I feel like the discussion about the fact that you spoke about being at a large retreat or party, as it were, and it being a communal space is you know the responsibility of a relationship where you're in a communal space and you're looking at something not in the perspective of being someone who is attending, but someone who is a participant in creating the space, is best articulated in the arrival of someone having a difficulty in the space. Because if you were in the past, you may have, I keep on saying in the past, you may have not felt that same sense of responsibility. You may have just felt like it wasn't, it would have felt like, I keep on saying, it would have felt like you didn't want to step in, as it were. But because of the energetic connection that you felt for another, it's almost like, I keep on feeling it's like that space where you also embody the aspects of becoming a gracious host, if you will, because your prioritization point becomes in doing everything you can to make someone that's experiencing a difficulty feel as comfortable as you possibly can, even in the space that you recognize and realize that maybe something that is a part of the space needs an accommodation or adjustment point. I would not be surprised if you have been having moments with another, like with your partner, where you feel like you're giving them a different perspective, or you're pointing out something that they might not be able to see. And I feel like a lot of, and it might even be in the space of being within your feminine energy, because the fact that we see in the space of a dream, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, the fact that you see a feminine energy that was having a difficulty point, and you're doing everything you can to energetically help and accommodate them through something, like what are the, like, I almost feel like the space that you're seeing is almost, I see you almost in the space of the dream, even though you don't talk about it, building some notes about the space, about what you can do in the space that would make it more adaptable, as it relates to being able to see something that one could do better, see something that one could adjust, being able to like identify and recognize the nuance, so that in the next, like the next experience, you be able to address that in a way that it wouldn't feel like it would create that pause point, if you will. And I think that when you talked about the setting that shifts, and you talked about the fact that you said that in the second part of the dream, one of your coworkers was there and interacted with them too, and you were outside in the parking lot, almost like during recess. You were still making it sure that she felt safe and included, and cars were significant, and that cars were driving on the roof of the building. I remember thinking it was unsafe, but no one else seemed concerned. So, what's beautiful about this is it's talking about the healthy relationship. And you'll recall that what we discussed is a healthy relationship does not experience criticism. It inhabits critique, right? A healthy relationship, if we see something that's not working well, it doesn't create that anxiety point in being able to say something. It creates that productivity point in which we can look to another and say, hey, this is what I think you could do, or this is what I noted that could make something even better. So I feel like what's interesting about this is I feel like there's something about this that is helping you recognize and realize um, like like how one communicates something that you see is a blind spot, or something that you see is an energetic problem in order to facilitate it getting fixed. And we're seeing that not only in the space of identifying the fact that there was something that was being held in a place that, that was the specification point of the elevators, right? That the elevators, they seemed like they were going to handle the situation, but then you realize that the elevators were not up to par. They were creating something that actually created an exclusion point. So that's something that could be a takeaway to note next time, being able to work in a space that there's better elevators, but also in the space that you notice that there were cars driving on the roof of the building, and you recall thinking that it was unsafe, but no one else seemed to notice. I feel like a lot of this is helping you through via a guide and recognizing and identifying how to heal in healthy relationship by not being afraid to talk about the things that you see that you feel like you might have good advice on, right? It's the ability of reconciling and healing from relationships where it may have felt like you couldn't give the note for fear of how another might receive it, right? Because when we're too much in our ego and someone tells us something that tries to help us, what do we often receive? How dare you, right? Instead of the healthy partnership where we say, hey, this is what I noticed, this is what we could do better next time. And someone says, thank you, right? That point of appreciation by which something can change, as opposed to hitting that energetic wall in terms of another saying I'm not available to receive that information. So I feel like it's really interesting because it says to me it's framing how to address that shift. And I keep on hearing the answer is because you see things from a different way because you're in your feminine, right? And I need to point out the fact that bearing in mind that this isn't based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, like this is the gift of healthy relationship. It's a perspective of more eyes, of seeing things you can't see, with the adaptability point of a partner who sees things that you can't see, but also shares your eyes, and then you can work together to find those solutions. So this is talking a lot about the perception point and how it feels to be able to take those notes. And I feel like the reason that this is a guide reading is the guide says, like, what do you do with those notes? How do you communicate them? How do you do you hold them in, or do you find a way to articulate them out? Bottom of the deck. This can be very triggering. I told you this can be very triggering for those of us who have been in relationships with those with very fragile egos, right? Because when we have wounds from being in relationship with those with fragile egos, it can be very hard, because when we're in a relationship with someone who has a fragile ego, it damages our throat chakra. Why does it damage our throat chakra? Because often when someone's in a space of a fragile ego and you see something that's important and you try to say it, you get punished for it, right? It's like, watch your step. And it's like you try to say to someone, watch your step, and they push you aside and ignore you, or they punish you for saying, nobody tells me what to do, right? And then they fall down the stairs, right? It's that space of navigating Like, I feel like this is a dream that's helping you clear your throat chakra, because again, I feel like in the past, it's like that moment of seeing things and wishing you could say something, but being afraid to say it because you were afraid how another person would take the note, right? Taking it more as an egoic wound than as a source of help. This is a very apropos energy for us to enter into Gemini season, because when our egos are healed, we can take criticism because we can see the critique in it, right? We don't just feel angry that someone has a note. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that's helping you understand that shift in the space of understanding the desire to create. And I think you stressed this from the beginning, the desire to create a communal space, the desire to create a safe space. So again, not when we're trying to create a safe space and someone tells us, I know something that isn't safe, we don't say, how dare you? We say, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's the ability of health, the healthy ego, the healthy energetic ego that says, thank you for telling me, we can work on that. Versus a lot of that energy from the past that said, how dare you? Like, who do you think you are? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And I also think with the combination of the fact that you talked about some of the coworkers there, this could also be a little bit of that reference point between potentially the past relationship where you felt like that was happening. Someone who couldn't take a note and felt like they punished you every time you had one, versus building into the healthy relationship that says, thank you. I couldn't see that. I really appreciate you being my eyes, right? Because when we're in the healthy relationship, we don't say, how dare you, when we see something that we could trip on. We say, thank you for being my eyes. Thank you for showing me something that I could not see that now allows me to do something about it. Thank you so much again, Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is our highest gifter winner, Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Kath. Also, friends, we're at 60K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, one moment, please. Perfect. The list is also very short today, so if anyone else would like to get on the list, please make sure you do so sooner rather than later if you would like to secure that spot. All right, where were we? All right. I keep having dreams. I have birthed a baby 3 times this week. I had one earlier this week too, Hannah. It's the Gemini energy. I think it's the Gemini energy. I think it's also the Pluto in retrograde. Intimacy device. Yep. Intimacy device. Oh my gosh, not again. No, I can see the weird vividness about it. But this is what I meant about the fact that through through the female gaze, you're able to see things that others cannot see because the feminine energy allows you closer proximity, is what I keep on hearing, than someone else. It's interesting because it's a conversation about the gaze that you have that is more intimate, that sees things that potentially masculine energy cannot see. Yeah, you have a lot of parties going on in your dreams. Yeah, you do. Too many cooks. I was just popped into my head. We went to an art opening with my family, and I felt like I had to manage their interactions. My family, well, some has been very unsupportive of us. Oh my God, my mom. Yeah, well, that's helping someone through. I keep on saying it's more about the space of like helping another person identify another's disadvantage is what I keep on seeing. Like the ability to say to someone like you might not have the right perspective on it is what I keep on seeing. Is like it's a conversation about understanding when someone I keep on hearing when someone is sensitive about something, it's like it's about who you allow close to you, right? Like and there's something a lot about helping someone through something, being able to help someone through another, like their own issues, that gives you a bit of that foreknowledge is what I keep on seeing. Like being able to bring something to a conversation that another person might not recognize. Slow and steady. Thank you for those hearts, Crystal. Right, we both helped the girl up the stairs. A very good point. I've been in those relationships. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Putting the ego aside and working together. You're so welcome, dear. Totally. He was so against any sort of conflict. And I keep on hearing it's not criticism, it's critique, right? It's being able to work through something in order to make something better. Hi there, Kath. Definitely my femme. Yep. Hi there, hi there, Amber. Hardy, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list, dear. I want to know what's my energetic connection with you, JM. Wondering why it seems I'm pulled back. Okay, I got you. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. All right. What is going on with that connection? I keep on seeing something about waiting to figure out if someone's figured out their direction. That's what I keep on seeing here. Was this some confusing energy? I feel like there's something about trying to identify if someone has finally got a grasp on what direction they want to go in. Um, so, and listen, like, I don't know if this is something that you guys have some history on, but I just keep on seeing some kind of situation around somewhere where I keep on hearing the word shiftless, right? Like some kind of energy, like I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But the energy that doesn't know what they want never knows what they're looking for. That's what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing the same message, which is the same energy that doesn't know what they want is always the energy that has never found what they're looking for. Because, you know, it's not about, I keep on hearing it's not a game of hide and seek. It almost feels like someone who's in a rut or spinning their own wheels because they're looking at the world with some kind of level or degree of dissatisfaction. Um, you know, like as opposed of recognizing When you look at the world with a state of constant dissatisfaction, you'll always be dissatisfied because you're demanding things of the world instead of looking at something and saying, "What can I do to make it better?" Right? Like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing it's a journey. It's not a satisfaction delivery service. Like, I just keep on hearing it's a journey. It's not a satisfaction delivery service, right? And that's why when that's why when we're constantly, when we're constantly, um there's a lot of irritability I'm sensing around someone. Like when we're constantly, it's like it's like when everything gets on our nerves, that's usually a sign that we need to work on something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's the reason that, and if you found someone like this, it is not uncommon to feel that pull in wanting to get like to check on them, because it's like I want you to describe it like you guides are showing this to me as like the energetic equivalent of someone who's been like spinning their wheels in the mud, right? It's like someone who keeps on trying to do the same thing over and over again, and then you try to say to them like, have you tried lifting it? And they say, shut up, I know what I'm doing. And you say, okay. Okay. And then you walk away, and then you're like, I wonder if they're still doing that. So I keep on seeing, I literally, I feel like there's some kind of spiritual equivalent of you being like, I wonder if they figured it out yet. Because they don't want any advice. And last time I saw them, they seemed like they were like they were going in circles. And you're like, sometimes you're like, are they dizzy yet? Like this is literally like I feel like this is the energetic or spiritual equivalent of you looking at someone and asking, are you dizzy yet? Have you put it together? Like, and I can see like, I can see everywhere they go, there they are. And I feel like you recognize that. I don't know why. I think I would not, and here's the thing, often, oh man, okay, did you have one of these like revelation conversations with someone? Is this one of those situations that you like, you just gave them the note, like you just told them what the issue, did you show this to them? Because I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something here, and I need to point this out. This is like the vibe today, isn't it? We're just going to get into it. It's very similar to what I was just reading on, which is when we're not in a good place, someone tries to tell us something that we think will help us. Like we try to say, like, I feel like I almost have some kind of conversation of you trying to say to someone, like, look, I'm telling you this as a friend. And why do I keep on hearing something about, I'm telling you this as a friend? Because often we have those moments we say, I'm telling this, like, I'm telling you this because I care about you, even if I know it demolishes what we have together. Right? This is the most painful situation where someone's when I feel like you had like a heart opening with someone where you said, like, look, I don't care how you feel about me after I say this, but I need to tell it to you because I feel like it's really important that you hear it. And I think I might be the first person brave enough to do so. Like this feels like, I always like to describe this. It feels like you had a tower conversation with someone. And the thing is, a tower conversation is a gift, right? It's one of those moments that can feel like they destabilize us because we show someone, we tell them what we see, but we don't do it to hurt them. We do it because we help them. And sometimes we have those conversations, we literally finish them by saying, I'm not saying this because I know you want to hear it. I'm saying this to you because I deeply care about you. And I feel like it'll help you, even if it comes at the cost of how you feel about me. And so that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like if you're feeling that call back to someone, it's because you're intuitively wondering if they figured out that if they've gotten the message. You know, when you have a conversation with someone like that, it usually, if someone's too much in their ego, they'll say like, they'll say F you. They'll say, don't ever speak to me again. They'll talk in grandiose terms because they're not ready for it. And then we walk away from something and say, I hope the day comes that they realize that was not a wound, that wasn't meant to be a weapon, it was meant to be a gift. I keep on seeing some kind of situation where you tried to give something to someone, saying, I truly hope that this helps you. I really, really hope it helps you. But until the day they recognize it, right? Like it's the how dare you that only becomes the thank you in the moment that we're ready to really embody the fact that we can see that someone was trying to help us by saying something that was hard for us to hear. And I feel like that's why this is this is literally the heart of karma here. This is a karmic situation. What does karmic situation say? I hope the day comes, right? I hope the day comes. I hope the day comes that they understand that was an act of love. I hope the day comes that was the hardest thing to do. I hope the day comes that I wasn't trying to tear someone down. I was trying to give them the thing they needed so that they could build themselves up anew. So I feel like if you're feeling a pull towards this person in that way, this is like, it feels to me like the karmic checkup. It feels to me like that moment of trying to build into a context of looking at someone and saying, have you, do you understand? Like, do you understand I was trying to help you in that moment? I wasn't trying to hurt you. I know the deck. Because when we're not ready, right? And that's the thing. When we've had unhealthy relationships, when we've built into relationships with energy that isn't for us, but just tells us what they think that we want to hear, this is like the tragedy. Like those moments of saying to someone, like, this could be a situation where someone keeps the wrong people close to them, right? Like when we're too much in our ego, and we can't work on work on things, we often just bring those towards us that tell us what we need to hear instead of telling us what we need to hear. And so I feel like there's something about this that I feel like there's that space where you may have felt like you left a conversation and someone keeps misinterpreting what you're saying to them. I keep on hearing you say, like, energetically to someone, I'm not your enemy. I think I care about you more than anybody because I'm the only person in your life that's willing to tell you if I see you moving in the wrong direction. But that's often, sometimes when we have these moments, right? This is often why we sometimes build relationships with energy that's wrong for us, because we work towards the energy like that helps us, our ability of building into the relationship that helps us avoid the blind spot versus the energy that helps us do the work. That is the recognition point between whether they're energetically ready to overcome some kind of karmic obstacle. Because I do feel like there's something that you've been seeing about the fact that they've been going through some kind of cycle. So I feel like a lot of that, I keep on saying the reason that you feel like that need or the desire to come back to someone is to see if they've finally overcome the energetic cycle that caused the rift in the first place. Thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. And I'm sorry, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $23 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $20 I mean, for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I probably have room on the list for 1 more person today. If anyone else would like to get on the list, room for 1 more person. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Also, friends, we are at 62.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome, George. How are you doing today, Brooke? I hope you guys are having a beautiful time on the place and where you keep the videos. And just a reminder, if anyone is joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so also via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. All right, where were we? Typical Gemini. How are you doing, Hannah? All right. Yes, confusing. Esteban, are we able to ask for a message from our past on loved ones? Yeah. You're asking to ask for a message from your past. You mean past loved ones? You mean like like someone on the other side? Absolutely. No, I can do them here, Esteban. You're welcome, dear. I see. I feel he's stuck on his own path. Well, that's what I meant about someone like like the energy that doesn't know what they want is still like, and I keep on hearing still hasn't found what they're looking for. The energy that doesn't know what they want still hasn't found what they're looking for. Because when we're not looking for something, we look at the world with a sense of dissatisfaction instead of a sense of purpose. Thank you for confirmation, Kath. And Jillian, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, I wondered about that. I told him, and thank you, Kimberly, for getting on the list. All right. Yes, I told him that he seems stuck and he doesn't seem like he doesn't want to move forward. Yeah, like that's what I keep on seeing. I see like you had that hard conversation with someone. I had that conversation many times. All right, thank you for confirmation. Our Day Will Come. I love that song. I don't know the song. Cappy, become a subscriber. Post it in our Discord. Thank you, Hannah. I agree. He doesn't seem to want to do the work to change the situation. Well, that's what I keep on. I feel like there's a lot of like, I would be curious about their, like, it's giving me a lot of cancer and cancer placements because it's like, you know, like that's the thing, like, are like, how uncomfortable does it have to be until you change? It's like, like, how uncomfortable, like, how uncomfortable. The only thing harder than changing is not changing. Like, that's what I keep on seeing around the situation. You're so welcome, Kath. And thank you for supporting each other in the comments. I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I'm feeling better in Gemini season than Taurus. I know. Yeah, and again, we're starting a little bit, like there's a little bit of this like choppiness coming into this Gemini season because Mercury's in Taurus right now. All right. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Hi there, ASD. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list, dear. Thank you, Kim. Oh my God, I just had that PacSun. I got so confused. I don't know what that is. Like the sunglass place? We're like, listen, I told you, Mercury's in Taurus right now. It's creating lag issues. It's like, it's weird. It's like, it's kind of like a retrograde. He literally looks like the hermit now. Oh, you see, like, that's what I mean. Like, I see some, like, I keep on hearing they've got a guide around them. Like, I feel like there's a guide that's like, what's it gonna take, man? Like, what's it gonna take? You know, it's like, "Ugh." And thank you for subscribing. I got you, Erica. Oh, okay, yeah, the sunglass place. Okay, that's so did it just pop up instead of you being here? That's so strange. Are you user 558? Why is that? Congratulations. Okay. Oh, that's so weird. Okay. All right. Odd. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Erica? All right. Can I get 4 cards? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Okay. Ooh. Nope. Nope. Don't have time for it. What is this? This is like, I keep on hearing the same message. You can be completely, you can accept another's, I keep on hearing, you can accept another person's apology, but not feel the need to have to let them back in. Like, especially in the space of trust. And I feel like this is important. I got at least 2 energies. I've got at least 2 energies around you that would, like, you know, and I, I'm like, I want to know what I'm seeing here, because it feels a lot like some kind of situation or circumstance where, like, I want to describe this. Like, this is why we don't talk around people, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, you know what happens when you assume? Like, when you assume things, like this is like, I don't know what this is, but this feels ridiculous. Like, it feels to me like there's energy. Like, okay, so what will happen, right? When energy is intimidated, when energy is not in a space of having confidence to have a conversation with you, energy will talk about you, is what I keep on seeing. And when they talk about you, they energetically assume. And when we energetically assume, we make fools of ourselves, is what I keep on hearing. Because, and this is what I keep on getting about this, because I got at least 2 energies around you that, like, clearly miss you. They want to come back into your good graces. But this is why I keep on hearing, like, you can give someone, you can navigate another person's apology gracefully, but you don't have to, like, you don't have to let them back in. Because especially, I keep on hearing, you don't have to let them back in, especially if they let you down. You don't have to let them back in, especially if they let you down. Because they're, and especially if it's happened more than once, is what I'm also seeing here. And here's the thing about it, like, it's not the fact, like, and here's the, like, someone can be, like, and you can, like, I keep on hearing, you don't have to, like, no hard feelings, No hard feelings doesn't mean that everyone has access to you. Like, this feels petty, feels silly, feels like squabbling, feels like energy that tried to circumvent you or not come towards you in an open way. But I keep on hearing the same thing. Like the it's giving me a lot of energy that would rather ask pardon than ask permission. And when someone's in a space of asking pardon instead of permission, what do you say? Go ahead and do what you want. I'm not stopping you, but I'm not staying here. Right? I'm not stopping you, but I'm not staying here either. Right? You can I'm giving you what and it's amazing because you'll often discover energy in that way because it's that modality or that moment where you say to someone, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm just going to give you what you're asking for. And we say what we mean and we do what we say and we don't say things to get our way. Because I've got at least two energies around you. One was trying to play energetic keep away with themselves, right? Like expecting you to chase after them. And the other, like it feels a lot like someone who is dealing in ultimatums or speaking hyperbolically and then expecting you to understand that they didn't actually mean what they said. But again, this is why we don't speak hyperbolically when we're healed. Because when we're speaking hyperbolically, we recognize that our words are sacred. And, I keep on don't, I just even now, don't get caught in some silly drama. Let them talk, whatever this is. And again, and I think that I keep on hearing, you are not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice. And if someone, and this is why we are very careful, um, about a circumstance or situation, because especially I keep on seeing that the connection point between both of these energies is all it would take. If all it would take for someone to come back into your good graces is to take accountability for something that they did that was not okay. And if they're not doing that, if they're doing anything but that, that's not a real apology. Because a real apology isn't saying, sorry, forgive me. A real apology is taking accountability for what one did and then speaking towards what one is going to do in the future to prevent that from happening. And the thing that's weird about this is I've got at least two energies around you that did something towards you that was completely unnecessary. And they're being so defensive because they're hoping to put you in a space that you feel like you have to give them an apology. It's funny how that works, right? When someone does something completely unreasonable, and then instead of taking accountability for the fact that they shouldn't have done that, start articulating on all the reasons they did it to try to make you apologize for something that they never should have done in the first place. So I want you to I keep on hearing, whatever this is, you're and I gotta say, I know that this is hard to understand, but sometimes, whatever that was, whatever this gaffe was, it was a gift. I feel like you think you messed something up. You didn't do anything wrong here. You did something from a place of authenticity and energy told on themselves, is what I'm seeing. Because if you were doing something in a way that was completely authentic and someone tried to twist it around on you, tried to take that authenticity and use it against you, try to make you have to feel apologetic for I keep on hearing, trying to get you to apologize for honesty is what I'm seeing here. That's wild. trying to get you to apologize for being honest. Remember, if you're ever in a situation where you feel like you are apologizing for being honest, that tells you everything you need to know about the environment. That is not something that you have to apologize for being honest. You walk and you keep walking, because you should never have to apologize for being honest. But energy trying to get you out of your authenticity will try to get you to apologize for being honest, because then they can say, see, I told you. Bottom of the deck, King of Swords. Your authenticity is a gift. And the only energy that does not appreciate authenticity is energy that is not in the habit of being honest. Don't let someone drag you down for being in your authenticity. I keep on hearing, put your head up, don't put it down. Because the healthy energy is not going to make you is going to you don't need you need someone that can match your energy. You need someone who can match your energy. You don't need someone who's going to make you feel ashamed for being honest, because they're not moving in a point of honesty. And I keep on feeling like, it feels to me like somebody is trying to get you to apologize but they owe you an apology. Don't let them, don't honor, you don't have to have every conversation, is what I keep on hearing. You don't need to defend yourself. And you definitely don't need to defend yourself against something that isn't true. Because often when we defend ourselves against something that isn't true, all we do is validate a falsehood instead of recognizing, let your authenticity, protect your authenticity. And you don't need to have that conversation with everyone. If you see someone in that modality, just leave it as is. Don't defend yourself. Just continue forward. Thank you so much. Because I keep on hearing guys, I feel like this was I keep on seeing, you thought this was a disaster. This was a gift. This was protection. This was a blessing. Something happened that you feel like you slipped up on, but you didn't slip up. Energy showed itself to you. You got to see someone's true colors. Thank you so much, Erica, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those. Don't let anyone I don't know what this is. Don't let anyone make you make you apologize for being honest. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Next person on the list for today is Kimberly. Kimberly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I keep on hearing, you can forgive, but you can also keep proximity. You can forgive. You can say, we're good, but you don't have to get close to me anymore. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to take a moment and to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 67.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And Ryan, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Bingo. It's like everyone around me talks about me, but not to me. But that's there it is. Right? If there's something where you know that they can have an honest conversation, right? Why is that? Because that's the energy that knows that with you they can have the honest conversation. Exactly. I literally just trying to be me, but he's and the other one is just avoidant and runs. Yeah. But that's what I keep on seeing. Again, you will intimidate energy that can't match your authenticity. Authenticity is terrifying to energy that moves with falsehood. It's like, I don't know how else to say it. Energy that is authentic is terrifying to energy that deals in falsehood. It's like, thank you. Cut that energetic tie. A real life version of the movie. I haven't seen that movie, but I'll have to check it out. Yes, I'm always the one to apologize for overreacting, even when it's justified. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like, if again, right? What will someone dealing in falsehood do if you have a legitimate reason to be angry? You got anger issues. Why are you so worked up? What's wrong with you? This is a song you will hear. Don't feel like if you see it, you don't have to justify it. Just walk away from it. Now I'm gonna have to look up that movie. I know, me too. I know I've seen it, but I can't recall it. And thank you so much, you, for the follow. Thank you as well, Erica. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Jakey, oftentimes I keep my head down because, oh, well, please be in a safe space, dear. I hope you mean that metaphorically. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments, friends. 444 Tactic Claim. Sammy, thank you for the follow. Ooh, that sounds great. Sandra Bullock and Harry Connick. Hi there, channeling. How are you doing today? All right, we are reading right now. Second, Kimberly. Kimberly, did you post your question, dear? Okay, I got it. Oh, I see you. This energy has me super anxious, spirit-led on what's going on around me. Got you. Nope, that's the vibe right now. You're not the only one experiencing it. Can I get 4 cards? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. One moment. All right, where were we? Oh, thank you so much for the gift, channeling. It's beautiful. 4 cards, please. All right, I'm going to walk you through. I'm going to tell you astrologically, like what we're experiencing right now, and then we'll talk about. It's especially triggering to you right now. Okay, so we've got Mercury right now is in Taurus, and Mercury does not like being in Taurus. No offense to Taurus energy, but like it's because Mercury is very fast. Like Mercury is very fast energy. Taurus is very slow energy. So the way I keep on describing this right now is like Mercury likes to like race through the hall, like the halls of all the houses. But when it gets to Taurus's house, it's got to like walk. It's like I'm walking, right? So it's like a slow down energy. And so we're all feeling a little bit, it's like a little bit of this energetic drag point right now, right? It feels like things are not moving at the expediency that we would expect them to. At the same time, we've also hit Gemini season. So this period of time right now, it can sometimes feel a little like there's timing issues or working through something that gets one frustrated as it relates to time. Because at the same time that this is all happening, Saturn is currently transiting into Aries, which has got everybody feeling super irritable. It's got everybody working in the space that they don't have a lot of patience for things. And there's also a lot, I keep on getting the fact that this transiting point of Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries is speaking a lot towards, I keep on getting emotional release of past experiences, particularly as it relates to letting go of bitterness. Now, I think that what I'm identifying here now, and I want to say that just to give you a sense of the energetic climate that we're currently experiencing. And I feel like as it's relating to um, something that's happening in your own personal life, um, I keep on, I feel like mutual manifestation goals are key. And I'm seeing and recognizing something that's happening with you currently that's helping you recognize and identify what was going wrong in a past experience. Like I keep on hearing um, the difference between energy that walks with you versus something that feels like it's in a tug of war. And if this is the anxiety that's getting to you, you know, and I keep on saying, especially if this is something from the past, um, I don't want you to react to it. I just want you to process through it. Make sure that you're not waiting on anything. Make sure that you're building very productively in terms of what it is that you're trying to manifest. And I would also say right now, make sure that you're not attaching people, places, or things to your manifestation goals. Because when we try to energetically manifest in relationality to a particular person, right? But they're in that space of not desiring to change, it can create a lot of that. It can amplify a lot of that tension. It can amplify a lot of that frustration because it's looking at someone and saying like, why aren't they acting right? Like never do we know that someone is not our manifestation. Then when we look at someone and say, why aren't they acting right? Because that modality of saying why aren't they acting right is the recognition that the manifestations that are for us are in alignment to us. They don't create that space of requiring change. But I say this because I feel like I see you healing from something in a big way. It feels like some kind of situation where someone felt a lot of desire for you, but ultimately you and them wanted very different things. And so I keep on hearing if a lot of those memories are coming back up to the surface right now, I need to point this out. The gift that Saturn sometimes brings with us isn't the space of another person being on our mind, but the space in recognizing how much our feelings have changed when we're reminded of them. And I think that there's something really valuable and important here because I see you in some kind of healthy um, context. In, I see some stability that's arriving to you. But a lot of that stability that I'm identifying and recognizing, it also feels like it's somewhat triggering because it's helping you see something in the past that you couldn't see before. So I want you right now, if you're working through stuff like this, I want you writing. I want you writing a lot. I want you writing down those feelings in order to heal them. Because, and I will say that some of this anxiety will release, particularly when we get to like the 24th, because around the 24th, Saturn is going to complete its completion. Saturn's going to completely finish moving into Aries. We've also got Mercury that is going to be out of Taurus. So things will start moving again, like with a little bit more energetic progress. But I keep on saying, especially coming out of that Scorpio full moon, that like some of this work that we're experiencing right now, like the silence that's being created, can sometimes feel like it is anxiety inducing. So I want you to move that anxiety into excitement, right? And how do we move anxiety into excitement? We don't worry about what's going to happen. We start building as to what we want to happen. bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like this is manifestation energy. And the thing is, I like to point out when we're in like manifestation mode, it's really important to move into a space of productivity. Like just move the anxiety into something productive, right? It's not like, it's like I keep on seeing if like those little doubts and fears are creeping out of the woodwork. I want you to just kind of move them aside. And that's why I meant writing down like what is energetically positive. I keep on hearing you haven't missed anything that's for you. You haven't missed anything that's for you. You're exactly where you need to be. And if you're feeling any anxiety right now, I want you to ground the energy by saying, I am exactly where I need to be. And that means like I keep on saying, like, it's really important as we move into this Gemini energy to make sure that you're setting the intention. Make sure that you use this time to focus on those manifestations, because as soon as Mercury moves into Gemini and like we have that Gemini new moon, everything's going to start picking up. It's going to start, things are going to be happening very fast. Like whatever feels like, whatever stagnation you're feeling now is going to be replaced by like a lot of things happening at once. Thank you so much, 810, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so. You'll be the first person read for. The next person on the list for today is Esteban. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you guys so much for getting us to 76K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen and we will get to 100K in no time. Hi, Esteban, that is you. All right, just bear with me a moment, please. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Hi there, channeling. Thank you for those gifts. Definitely anxious energy lately. Yep. Sammy, the list is closed right now, but we're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to hit that subscribe button and become a subscriber. It's outrageous. I love it. But after living it, it's hard to watch now. Oh, I guess I have to see it. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it. Sarah, thank you for subscribing. So much worse on sleep. I'm feeling that. Thank you, Sarah. Sorry, I have excess anxious energy naturally. It's probably from me being nervous. But that's what I meant about like this energy right now. And that's why I said even now, like there's a lot of that, like it has like sometimes the Gemini energy can feel a little anxiety inducing is what I'm seeing, but being able to move that into a space of excitement is going to help with that, which I said, like, move it into like writing down what you're excited about. Hi there, Yarva. Saying mine's from childhood trauma. It's much better than it was. I'm so glad to hear that, Bridget. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the message. I have my Saturn in Aries. Oh, how are you feeling right now? This might be good for you though when it finishes its transition channeling. Yeah, I feel a lot better lately than the past few years doing projects. So that's so lovely. You're so welcome. And I feel like I keep on seeing, like, I think that there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now in terms of like alchemy of the self, like finding ways to like channel some of those feelings in productive spaces. Yeah, the Gemini energy makes me nervous. My mom is a Gemini. Okay. Thank you for confirmation. So it's like the energy itself is somewhat triggering. You're like, ah! But I feel like that's the thing. You're going to be able to heal your relationship to it, right? You can almost say to yourself, I'm healing my relationship to Gemini energy, feeling anxiety, but instead moving it into excitement. I'm feeling some type of elevation, if that makes sense, like I'm floating. It's in my 9th house, makes sense. No, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I also think that, like, again, like the thing I keep on telling you guys is like the Gemini energy is going to intensify. So I'm like, make sure that you are grounded right now. Make sure that you are doing things that ground you through some of this energy. All right, Esteban, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right, just bear with me a moment, please. Hi there. And I have like the situation you mentioned is moving to a better place. I'm very glad to hear that too. But I keep on seeing something about something moving to the better place is also triggering. Like it just says to me, it's reminding of something that you aspired for it to be in that way, but wasn't, you know? All right. I got you, Esteban. Can I please ask for a message from, okay. Got you, dear. 4 cards. Highest party messages from spirit, please. And sending you so much support on that. Wow. Um, this is I think it's interesting because I'm just reading an energy that was like feeling the call to cross over for a while, you know? I gotta point out, sometimes when I'm doing readings on energy, they're like, yeah, it's my time. And sometimes they're like, and what's interesting about it is I've got someone who's like 3 different occurrences of someone who like was energetically digging their heels in relationality to going like I just see someone being like, nope. Like, but it has a lot to do, but I keep on hearing them say they weren't doing it for themselves. They were doing it because um, they were taking care of someone, you know? I keep on seeing someone that said, I'm not ready to go yet. Um, there's, and there's a little bit of reluctance I see in relationality to like to their energetic passing, and that's what I'm like. I kind of like this energy because they're just there's like a they're very tenacious. They're very they're very, like why are you sitting there? Because I want to sit here. Nobody tells me what to do. It's giving me a lot of this like it's giving me a lot of this like nobody tells me what to do. I get to decide on things kind of thing. But like in a very protective way is what I'm getting. Um and you know, I would not be surprised. I'm going to tell you this. When I see energy like this, I would not be surprised if they're not showing up in a lot of dreams right now because I keep on hearing someone say, I've got a lot to say. Is what I keep on hearing someone say. I've got a lot to say because I feel like they were bickering with someone. Who are they arguing with? Who are they on the outs with? I got a couple arguments around somebody, you know? Like, it's giving me the funny thing about it, and I gotta tell you, like, sometimes I read energy that's like, "I'm ready to go," and then sometimes I read energy that goes, "I'm not finished yet." Like, I'm not finished yet, alright? I am not finished. I'm doing this like, they're going, "I know what I wanna go. Nobody tells me what to do." And it's interesting because I see someone that is sticking around specifically to finish some argument. If that makes sense. It's not in a negative way. is what I keep on getting. I almost hear someone who's like saying, "You don't get out of it that easily." Like I got somebody who's saying like, "I can't let them have the satisfaction," is almost like the type of energy that I have somewhere, which is like, "You can't get rid of me." It's like I feel like I have someone in spirit going, "I'm not going anywhere." Um, so if this is how they were, they still are very much like that. I see them like like they're very like, but I mean like there's something about the space of care is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's the thing that I feel like is hard is like it's almost like somebody who's saying to me, I argue with people I care about because I love them. When I don't care about you, I don't talk to you, is what I keep on hearing them say. If I'm, this is why they're saying I'm not going anywhere because they're literally saying to me, they're like, when I care about you, I never leave you alone. All I do is like, they're like, yeah, I know I'm a nag because I love you, is what they're saying. When I don't like you, you don't hear from me, right? Like it's almost like that type of energy that says like that's working in the space of trying to like it says even now like they're very much in that same vibration that says like I hear someone saying like I love you, you idiot. Like it's like I hear someone saying like this is how I can't, I'm not a hugger, this is how I love by yelling at people. Like I love like this is my love language, I tell you how wrong you are. Um and I feel like there's something about that I feel like is the energy that is being conveyed around someone, which is almost like they're trying to explain to me. They're like, I'm temperamental. I know I was temperamental, but this is how I've been. This was what I, this is who I, this is how I was raised. I don't understand. This is what I was told love is. This is all I've ever known. And I hear somebody saying, like, I'm sorry if there was something they were trying to give someone that they didn't know was love, but it's almost them saying this is the only thing I have. I keep on hearing them say my throat is the only way I have to tell someone how much I care about them. Like the only way I have to care for them is by constantly saying no. Because in the space of me saying no, it's the expression of me saying to you, I worry about you. I want to make sure that you're safe. um, Bottom of the deck on this reading, that's why I keep on seeing someone who's like they're working through some unresolved feelings. They're upset about where they left something. They're upset about it. And that's why I said like if someone starts showing up in the dream space, it almost feels like someone who's still trying to explain something, but being lost in translation. Like something that they were trying to convey that was being received wrong. I feel like it's almost like that space. So like that's what I meant with someone saying I'm not going anywhere, is the space of them saying like um, I care, and I want you to make sure you understand that care, um, even if I couldn't convey it, it's still there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Even like yeah, hard person to know is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing they had a really hard life. There are things like they did not tell people. They're going they're going. That's between you and me. I worry about things that others don't even think about, and that's on. They're going. That's on me, which is why they're like. That's what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like bodyguard energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Esteban. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are now going to move into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, a lot of secrets. If you are a subscriber and you would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that button, the button at the bottom of the screen, and that's the subscribe button. and then you can have a card pulled. Also, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos and you're a member, you can also have a card pulled at this time if you've subscribed. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we're at 85K. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Of course you have energy channeling. I mean, Danny, we all have energy. I definitely, Atem, I feel like, listen, the situation is moving to a better place because you're moving to a better place. How you're handling something is better too. You should be proud of yourself. Yes, I know what you're saying. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the messages. Hi there, Aurelie. And thank you for the follow, Danny. Well, nobody. Like, it's like I see. He was fighting with me the day he passed away because I asked him to stay home with me. Oh, sweetheart. I'm sending you so much support. Um, is there, Danny? You're in a safe space. I want you to remember and identify the fact that you're in a safe space. The list is closed today, so we're not doing readings. But I want you to make sure to reaffirm the mantra that you're safe and energetically protected. All right. Hi there, Lisa. Good to see you. We're about to start one cards. And thank you again, Esteban, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. And Spiritual, thank you for the follow. Esteban, that was him. Yep. Right on time. Thank you for confirmation, dear. All right. We've got Lisa right now. What is the message that Rai wants to communicate? Whoop. Well, there it is. I feel like someone who feels like they want to communicate the fact that they recognize that they fumbled the bag. You know, like it feels like someone who was trying to get you to lower your standards because they knew that they weren't up to them. Bottom of the deck. It's giving me a little bit of energy saying I knew you were too good. Like I knew you were. It was too good to be true, or like what were you doing with someone like me? Like is what I keep on getting. You know, like I'm getting some kind of energy of someone saying like, it's like a lot of that energy. Like again, I need to point out when someone's like, I'm too good. You're too good for me. It's like the song of someone not willing to change is "You're too good for me." Right? Which is like it's them identifying the fact that they weren't willing to change fast enough is what I'm getting. Hannah, card on why I'm dreaming about babies. So I'm seeing that, I keep on getting it's due to the Gemini energy, which is how do I describe this? Gemini energy is about array. And so especially now we've got Gemini energy with extra Gemini energy in it. So it's a lot of that, how do I describe it? It's a lot about it's the art. They're saying to me, it's the combination force of the energy surrounded upon transformation of self as well as mutual expansion. Because I keep on hearing that it's not the fact that you're giving birth, it's like you're birthing a new self, is what I keep on hearing. It's something about the fact that you're in the process of doing that. Haley, one card on Jacob's integrity. They're afraid to talk about they're afraid to talk about what they dream about. They need to find some confidence to find the words to be able to talk about it. Yeah, there's a fear of commitment here. So make sure that they're not just saying that they want a relationship. Ask them what like ask them to explain it. Say, what is your ideal relationship? Don't just say, do you want a relationship? Say, what is your ideal relationship? And don't offer it, ask them to, yeah. Like make them start to have to describe it, is what I keep on seeing. I have a deadline tomorrow. Not sure if I should apply for an extension. Well, again, I need to stress this, Ava. We never put our autonomy in the cards, right? We never look to the cards to answer questions for us. We look to cards to give us indications around something energetically. So I'm happy to give you what to do in relationality to how to navigate that energetically right now. You know, it says to me that you may want to have a conversation with someone about the fact that you can deliver something the way it is, but there's something more you would like to add to it, right? Not just, I keep on hearing, not saying that something isn't ready, but saying that you've had another thought as it relates to something that you would like to add that would be like, again, like seeing if someone would be open to that is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Right? Like it's giving me the energy of, like, I keep on saying, like, potentially like telling, like being willing to deliver something, but with an addendum saying like, this is where it is, but there are some things I'd like to do with it if it would be possible, like almost telling someone why instead of just saying like yes or no. Hi there, Unique. How are you doing today? And thank you, baby, for the follow. Double whammy that I'm a Gemini. Well, yeah, it's even more. Like I told you, this is a big season for you. It's about personal expansion and growth. Amber, one card on love, please. Your manifestation goals are not up for negotiation. Either someone wants something with you or they don't. And if someone, like, never, or at the bottom of the deck, never are we less safe when someone says, I just want to see where something goes. We always have a manifestation. Don't build into the context of someone saying, let's just see where it goes, right? It's not about where it goes. It's where are you? It's like identifying what it is that you want, right? And when someone says, let's just see where it goes, it's someone saying, I don't know what I want. You're so welcome, Hannah. Haley, I would love to help them build into a place of confidence and safety. Well, that's what I keep on seeing, like encouragement, giving them that encouragement, like having them be able to find a way to articulate it. I just jumped back in. I missed your card, Hannah. I forgot to think of a question again. It's okay. All right, hold on a minute. Thank you, Sin. I deeply appreciate that. He struggles to talk about how he feels. Yeah, I feel like there's like a lot of like, it's not due to a lack of desire. It's working in the context of not wanting to spoil something is what I keep on feeling. One card for Unique. One card for Unique General, please. Make those plans right now. No waiting. Don't be patient. If you're waiting on something, just go ahead and make the plans. Don't use this time productively. Yeah. Right? Like, especially if you're navigating a point of anxiety, turn the anxiety into excitement. Channel it into something positive instead of over worrying. One card for Sarah, please. I feel like there's something about building into appreciation. Like, I want you right now taking time to appreciate how far you've come. I don't want you getting overwhelmed by a to-do list. I want you to focus on a got done list. Recognize, appreciate how far you've come, and appreciate, like, don't get overwhelmed. Get confident in what you're capable of. On point. Thank you as well. You're so welcome, Amber. And thank you, Not Like, for the follow. I know if they don't have certainty and cannot give it to me, then not manifesting me. I want to be manifested. I love that. That should be a shirt. I want to be manifested. You're welcome, Unique. One card on tomorrow's event. I feel like it's healing. I feel like there's something about it that feels very restorational and healing. Bottom of the deck. It feels also like very emotional, like a lot of emotional release, but in positive ways. Thank you, Kelly. I do overwhelm myself with everything on my to-do list. Again, that's why I said don't get overwhelmed, because get focused on the got done list. 2 cards, highest priority, please, for Bridget. Again, don't be too hard on yourself right now. I feel like you're like working through some of this anxiety. I want you to say, I'm exactly where I need to be. And don't feel like, and again, things are like, I set my own pace is what I keep on hearing. I set my own pace. One card for Kathy. Oh, bottom of the deck for Bridget. Yeah, because I feel like a lot of this is coming into, like, I keep on feeling like you're calling a lot of your energy back right now. So building into that point of supportiveness is going to help. One card for Mark, please. For lovely Kathy. I feel like someone doesn't know what to say to you. I don't know why it says to me like there's something about you having rendered someone speechless. Yeah, I feel like it's almost like you reached an energetic impasse point because you called someone out on something and now they don't know what to say. Um, thank you so much. One card for Erica. Like they're completely baffled as to what to do is what I see. So if you gave someone your feelings, make sure you brought with them their prescription and like what would help. One card for Erica on the next 48 hours. Don't over worry about whether something is happening or not. Just focus on what it is that you're doing to make something happen. Again, it's like I keep on hearing, focusing, don't over focus on the past, even if it feels like the past is returning. Because especially with this like Saturn in its like Saturn like transiting, it can bring up a lot of feelings about the past as well. Mini, one card on what I'm manifesting during Gemini season. I think that I feel like it's a lot of that space of identifying and recognizing what brings you harmony and joy. I think there's something about giving yourself compassion. Yeah. Like it says to me, it's a lot of that work in terms of honoring your boundaries. And almost like healing from any feelings of having to people please is what I keep on seeing, you know, like the difference between saying to someone, like, honoring the feelings in terms of recognizing and saying, like, I'm sorry you feel that way, versus like I keep on hearing the only thing that we're responsible in another that we can create to heal is confusion, because confusion is always met with clarity, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, Minnie. You're so welcome, Cappy. You're welcome, Bridget. Come find me, energy. Yes. I would post your question again. Yeah, I didn't see it, Fig. I just saw who is this one for? One card, highest priority, please, for Fig. It's not your responsibility to heal everything. Bottom of the deck, if you've given someone the map and the directions, if you told someone everything that they need to do to fix something, you didn't abandon them. You told them what, like, that is an abandonment. That is healing. Don't feel sorrowful. Just honor that. All right, Ella, one card general, please. Go for it. Make those plans right now. Don't wait. This is actually a good time for you to do some stuff. Have some confidence. It doesn't hurt to ask. Talk yourself up. Talk about your accomplishments. Put yourself forward for something is what I'm saying. All right, wait. You said wait. All right, one card on best direction and conflict resolution before we have a facilitator. All right, again, we don't put our autonomy in the cards, but guidance and help in helping through that situation or circumstance. I feel like it says to me, like, make sure that you're not going through cycles, like repeating something the same way. Is there something that can actually change, or is it just like if you're identifying a cycle, it might help to have. I keep wondering if you're identifying a cycle that's hard to break out of, it might be good to get an intermediary there to help you guys through some kind of hurdle. One card on love for Gia, please. Make sure that you're talking to another about what it is you truly want in partnership. Like, I keep on hearing like, don't leave someone guessing. Help provide insight. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, be clear about what it is you're trying to manifest, is what I keep on hearing. The energy that wants you is not going to be like afraid of you talking with confidence with what you want. The rejection is an illusion. If someone is driven away by that, that's protection. All right. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. You can turn on that bell to turn on notifications. You can also make sure to register directly for the event tomorrow, because sometimes the app does not push out when I've gone live. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I'd like to encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. Also, in the perk section there, you will find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack class subscription. Our next class is Wednesday, June 11th, and we will be focusing on the Temperance card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you. Chrissy, well, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Chrissy, I'm still waiting for your questions, so if you can just make sure to post it on how they're feeling. One card, please. I see somebody working through a space or place of trying to find some kind of sense of purpose or trying to find some kind of sense of direction. Like it feels a little, yeah, it feels like someone who is kind of going through a bit of ennui in relationality to trying to find something that feels like it's called like working towards a manifestation or trying to identify what it is that they truly want. Thank you. That's heavy energy with both of those aces there. Oh, Grace. Yes. We're just at the conclusion point, dear. You're so welcome. Love on for Grace. Yep. Make sure that you're communicating how you feel, but more importantly, make sure that there's clarity of direction. Remember, relationships are not just about feeling, they're about holding the map in terms of what we can expect going forward. My friends, I want to thank you. Heather, Spirit Led. This card keeps on coming up. Make sure that you are building forward on the plans right now. This is a really good time to build forward on those plans. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure that you're communicating your needs so that another person understands them. So they're not feeling a little bit of uncertainty. Your emotions are not a burden to someone that shares the same things as you. So make sure that you're not just arriving with talking about the feelings. Make sure that you're talking about the feelings with their prescriptions. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We'll be back on tomorrow. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Hi there, sending you, thank you so much, George and Sanya on the place where we keep the videos. We've now completed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my website. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day, and we'll be back on tomorrow. Take care.